Long? Short? If you were having fun, it was probably short. If you weren't having fun, it was probably long. All right. So over the weekend, you had 2 chapters of homework. You had to read chapters 2 and 3 and do the tests on page 182 and 183. If you did not get that done, it's not a big deal. Just say pass when I ask for your scores. But once you took the test, hopefully you graded it using the last page in the book and can tell me how many you got wrong. Good morning. Or what your grade was using the grading scale at the bottom. All right, Kaylee. Both of them. 90 and 85. Do you happen to have chapter 1 for me?
Yes. I got 5 missing.
Okay, thank you. Annalise? Thank you. Nicole? Candace? David?
95 and 100.
Thank you. Ronisha? Very good. Michaela? Very good. Caleb? I'm sorry. Jacob? Okay. Shayanti?
I go by Oriana.
Or Oriana?
Yes, Oriana. 195. And the first one I got 100.
Thank you. Julie?
95 and 100. And then my last one was 100.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
I got 85 and 90, and then the last one I got 85.
Thank you. Russell?
95 and 100.
Thank you. Finley? Thank you. Gabriella? Gabriella, I'm sorry.
100 on both.
Okay.
And for the first chapter, I got 95.
Thank you. Isabella? Medina? All right, did I call everybody? All right. Good job. All right, so we're going to have a review at the beginning of each class. This review is going to go significantly faster than the last one because I'm assuming you already know all these, okay? So how do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and what does that mean? What does it mean when I say nothing but the care plan? Yeah, I like that. Don't go off script. No improvisation. Yeah, we follow exactly what it says. What do we do if we can't follow it for whatever reason? Yeah, let the nurse know. So let's say that the care plan tells you to walk the patient with a gait belt and you can't find a gait belt. Do you grab a walker instead? What do you do? Yeah, if you can't find the gait belt, who do you tell? The nurse. Yeah, so that's actually kind of important. CNAs cannot delegate. Remember we talked about delegation in class 1, and the nurse has to go through a lot of different criteria to figure out whether something is delegatable, right? So we can't, as CNAs, we're not allowed to delegate. So if the nurse asks you to do something and you can't do it for whatever reason, you can't ask somebody else to do it. You have to either do it or tell the nurse. So if you can't find a gait belt, you can't go find another CNA and say, hey, can you go walk the patient? You've got a gait belt. Can't do that. Make sense? Okay. Those are very important questions because they're going to show up on the written test. And you're going to have a question on the written test that asks you something like you were assigned to do a task, something happens, you can't get to that task. What do you do? And one of the answers is going to be ask another CNA to do it. That is the wrong answer. Notify the nurse is the right answer. Okay. All right. So we're going to perform skill as directed on the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. While we're doing that, we should be making observations. And what do we do with those observations? Report them to the nurse. So do you guys understand this is all about your scope of practice? So I talked to you guys about the written test on class 1, and I told you I have a free ebook about the written test. And we gave you the link for it, I believe, in the wrap-up email class 1. If you have not downloaded that ebook, it's a good time to do so. It's also on FLCNA training under next steps. You can see it there. You can download it. But you want that. It's free. It's easy to download. You just fill out a form and it emails it to you. That way you can download it onto your device. But the ebook is going to explain to you the different categories of questions on the state exam. And one of the categories is the role of the CNA. So you've got to know your role. And part of knowing your role is to figure out how to answer these questions. You know, what information do you need to answer these questions properly? So if you've not gotten that ebook, it would be very, very beneficial to you to do so. Now, I've got a game show tomorrow morning, and the game show is at 11 a.m. Go directly to my YouTube channel. It's not anywhere else. It's just on YouTube. So you have to go to my and Jake, can you set up a text message reminder to go out tomorrow morning, please? Thank you. For the game show, yeah. You'll probably have to create in YouTube. Go ahead and create the game show for me and then link it. So Jake will send you guys all a text message that you'll just be able to click the link and, you know, you'll go straight to it. I'm not real good at, like I said, I'm a horrible marketer, guys. I'm not real good at doing all this stuff. So he'll get that set up for you. But the game show on our YouTube channel will have 15 test-like questions. So it kind of gives you an idea of how the questions are going to be structured, the type of content that they're going to cover, what the testing thought process is on these questions. And this gets really confusing for students because you're expecting concrete questions. An example of a concrete question is, what color is the sky? You know, that's concrete. I mean, the sky is blue, right? Pretty easy. CNAs generally expect concrete questions because that's what you got in high school. It's all recall of memorization concepts, right? You memorized it, test asked you to recall it. That is not how the test works for CNA. This is an application test. It's going to ask you to apply information, not how do CNAs know what to do with each patient? That's an easy question, right? It's not going to ask you that. How do CNAs know what to do with each patient? It's going to give you a scenario. And in that scenario is going to be information you need to answer the question. So you've got to have good reading comprehension here. You've got to be able to read something and understand what it's saying. Does that make sense? The questions aren't really long. They're not paragraph. They're actually pretty short, but each item in that question is going to be important. And that's one of the reasons that I say nothing but the care plan. Because when you're reading this question, you're likely to think to yourself, but what if? What if the patient can't walk? What if the patient is bedbound? What if the patient had a stroke? What if? That does not apply to this question. You could come up with a million what if scenarios for anything. None of them apply to the question. The question is exactly as it's written. That is all the information that you need to answer the question. If you start adding stuff to it, it changes the question. And that concept is in the ebook. It explains why you can't add anything to it. Good? Questions? All right. So now that we know what to do, we have to learn how to do those skills. And every skill is going to start with the opening. What does every opening start with? A knock, right? And that's important. Once we've knocked and entered the room, we're going to, what do we do with the resident? Yeah, we're going to greet them, be nice, and address them by name. That's important. Remember, we're not going to use ID bands for the state exam. The patient won't have an ID band on for you to check. And remember, you can't touch the patient until your hands are clean. So don't reach over and, you know, where's your ID band? Because you can't touch the patient. Good? Makes sense? That, believe it or not, this is crazy, but there's still a lot of schools out there that are teaching students to check the ID band before you perform your skill, but you can't touch the patient until your hands are clean. So students are getting really upset, and I'm seeing this in a ton of forums online. They're getting really, really upset because their teacher told them check the ID band. And they're getting a deficiency on touching the patient before you've washed your hands. And that's a serious deficiency because remember all the pathogens that are in the area. We don't want to bring this patient outside pathogens. Their cooties are fine, but we don't want to give them anybody else's. So that's actually a very important checkpoint. Good. So we're just going to address them by name. What do they need to know about us? Our name and title, absolutely. So, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. What do they need to know before we can proceed? What we're going to do. Yeah, and patients, a lot of people think that if a patient is in a healthcare setting that we get to do whatever we want to them. And that's not true. It's not true. And if you try to do that, a lot of times your patients will become very combative because they've lost their autonomy, and that affects people. Okay. Make sense? So it's kind of like the equivalent of, let me explain this real quick because I didn't go over this with you. How many guys have ever had a bad day? Like a really bad day, like everything went wrong, right? What kind of mood does that put you in? Oh, yeah. Yeah, come at me because I am primed. Go ahead, right? We're ready to go. Make sense? When you have a really, really, really bad day? All right. When you've had your really, really, really bad day, what do you normally do? Do I have any cleaners in here? You make me mad, I'll clean. Do I have any cleaners in here? Yeah. How many pacers do I have where you get up and pace or go for a walk? Or do I have any throwers? Yeah, I like a good throw. Yeah, absolutely. Get me something in my hand and I'll throw it against the wall. No problem. Anybody slam cabinet doors? Yeah. How many of you guys call a trusted friend to complain, talk it out? Yeah. Yeah. So that's actually a male-female split, by the way. Generally speaking, women will call somebody, phone a friend. Men will go outside and isolate. Okay. So that's actually, we kind of need to know that. Not that's a generalization. Not all men isolate, not all women phone a friend, right? But that's just kind of a generalization. But if we're working with patients, isn't that something that we might need to know, right? So if we have a female patient where everything has gone wrong, what do you think she's going to need to do? Talk it out. Absolutely. And if we have a male patient that is suddenly withdrawn, we can understand that maybe his life took a totally wrong turn. Okay. It may not be you. So should we take either one of these personally? No. Okay. So we're having a super bad day, like no, not a live event. All right. So if we've had a super bad day, right, and we're experiencing these symptoms and we're either acting out, notice almost everything that we were doing is physical, right? Almost when you get really, really upset, really, really mad, you tend to get more physical. You walk, you clean, those are all physical because your adrenaline is going. You have to burn off a mad. Has anybody ever told you, calm down? Never in the history of ever has anyone calmed down by being told, calm down. That actually escalates. Don't you tell me to calm down. So if you've got a patient who is angry, and do you think patients ever have a reason to be angry? Like their whole life has taken a wrong turn. They absolutely have a reason to be angry, probably more than one reason to be angry. And if you understand that that is a valid emotion and they probably need some sort of an activity to process it, or somebody to talk to, or some isolation to work through, right? We start approaching our patients differently, but don't ever say to them, calm down, because that puts you on the wrong side of that equation. You've just put a bullseye on your back. You become the object that they are going to fight against. Does that make sense? Okay, so how we approach this is pretty important. Now, that's all really, really important information to understand because of this. Okay, we have to understand our patient's mindset. When we walk into a patient's room and we treat them poorly, we have a bad attitude, and we assume that they're going to let us do whatever it is that we want to do to them, you're going to get a bullseye on your back. Your patient is going to be uncooperative. And I hate that word. And we use it in healthcare all day long. Oh, that patient is uncooperative. No, your approach sucks. Your patient isn't uncooperative. Your patient is exactly where they need to be mentally. They just experienced a huge loss in their life, whether it was loss of independence, loss of health, loss of finances, loss of whatever. They are dealing with that. They are exactly where they need to be emotionally. It's your approach that has to change, not your patient. That is why all of this is important, guys. Every single thing there takes into account the fact that your patient is experiencing some sort of trauma, and we are going to help them through it rather than being another source of trauma. Make sense? Make sense? So explaining to our patient, hi, I'm Patty, I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? That gives a little bit of power back to that patient. And in a place where you have a feeling of no power, complete helplessness, that's important. Does that make sense? If you have an uncooperative patient, check yourself, because it's probably you. Make sense? Make sense? So this seems like very simple, right? Yeah, we're going to go through the motions. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? It's not about the words. It's not about going through the motions. It's about making your patient feel heard, feel seen, feel like a human rather than a number. Okay. So when you're doing this for the test, understand the reason behind it. It's not just the words. Good? Make sense? Once we have described what we're there to do, we're going to get what? Consent. Now, if your patient says no, yeah, no means no. Who do we tell? The nurse. Try to find out why. Be nice about it. Try to find out why. But let the nurse know, because if you get interrupted in your shift, if you get pulled off to another floor, that happens. They'll float you somewhere where they're short-staffed somewhere else. Or you have a personal emergency, you have to leave for that shift. Somebody needs to know that that task was not done. Okay, so make sure you're notifying the nurse. But I'll tell you that in my career, I have had very, very few patients outright tell me no. Very few. Very few. And the reason is my approach. These are patients that tell everybody else no. but they don't tell me no, because I understand that they're a human. I'm not there to punch a time clock and to get a paycheck. I'm there to care for the people who need that care. And when you approach healthcare in that way, your patients become much more compliant. So what kind of day do you want to have? It's all about you at that point, your approach. I took care of, I like to tell this story. I took care of this older gentleman, many, many years ago. This is probably about 25, 30 years ago. And he was in a nursing home, and he was grumpy, grouchy, and just plain mean. Nobody wanted to go into his room. Now, I didn't work on his hallway. I worked on a different hallway. But everybody in the facility knew about this guy because he was just mean, nasty. Nobody liked him. And that gets around the facility. You know, your patients will get a reputation, right? So I get floated down to this hallway on this particular day, and I'm thinking, oh, great, now I've got this guy, right? So I walked into his room with a little cup of pills. I'm there to deliver medication, and he's got a deck of playing cards on his table, and you could tell they were very well worn. You know, I mean, they were old playing cards. And as I'm standing there, I looked at the cards. I said, oh, do you play cards? He says, yeah. I said, what do you play? He says, poker, the only game there is, right? I'm thinking, no, there's Gin Rummy, there's Go Fit, but okay. Poker. So that's his game. And I said, oh, do you play 5-card or 7-card? You play stud or draw? And he looks at me like, what do you know about poker? Right? And he says, 5-card, the man's game. And I said, okay, stud or draw, right? Stud is you play the cards you get. Draw is you get to put some cards back and draw some new ones, right? He says, draw. I said, okay. And I said, go ahead and deal out a hand. And I played one hand with him. And I left. Later on that afternoon, I came back in and he had already had the cards dealt. And I said, no, I wasn't born yesterday. Shuffle those cards up. And he shuffled and we played one more hand. Now, the next time I went back, I went back to that unit and I walked in the room, he already had the cards ready. So now remember, this isn't my patient, not my hallway. I don't see him very much, but I made it a point from that time on every single day to go in and play one hand of cards with this guy. Turned out he actually was a professional poker player from way back in the day. And he had no family. This lifestyle is not really conducive to family, right? And he had no visitors. He was alone and he was very lonely. And he was kind of a hard man around the edges, right? Think of the lifestyle there. But by me going and playing one hand of cards with this guy every shift that I worked, it actually made him easier to deal with for the entire facility. He just needed somebody to see him as a human. Now, along the way, I learned a lot about poker. Don't assume that your patients don't have things to teach you. You can learn a lot from your patients. All you have to do is open up and be willing to learn something. Okay? They're humans. They've had lives. I met a man that was knighted by the Queen of England. You don't think he's got a story? I met an engineer that was part of the Apollo missions. You don't think he's got a story? I met a woman who had 20-something children. You don't think she's got a story? Right? These are people that have lives. And when we collect memories, the whole purpose of collecting memories is to be able to pass that information on to somebody else later in life. It's the only reason you have memories. It's not to sort through yourself. It's to be able to pass that information on to somebody else. How sad would it be to get all the way to the end of your life and have absolutely nobody care about your memories? It'd be very invalidating. So take the time to listen. Talk to your patients. Find out who they are as people, not just lumps of flesh that we have to do stuff to. Good? Make sense? So consent becomes very important. It retains that autonomy. It treats your patient like a person. So we have to ask, is that okay? And if the patient says no, we let the nurse know. After we do all that, we'll close the curtain, and then we're going to go wash our hands because that curtain is not clean. And then once we've washed our hands, we can go get our supplies. Remember, clean hands are needed to get our clean supplies. And the most important step here by far is to make sure that your hands are clean before you touch your patient. Don't touch that patient with unclean hands. Cooties. Cooties. All right, so now that we've done our opening, now some of these that I'm about to go through, we went through very, very quickly at the end of class, but we spent a lot of time on glove rules, okay? So this was the majority of our last class, was talking about infection control and glove rules. So with glove rules, we're going to wear gloves anytime we're touching body fluids, personal skin, that skin normally covered by a bathing suit, or non-intact skin, so wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. So if we're going to touch any skin that's not intact, we need gloves. Remember, pathogens need a doorway to get out and a doorway to get in. So if you have a doorway on your hands, if you've got a wound, a rash, a sore, an incision, you've got to cover it, right? We want a barrier over our doorways. If we're going to touch anywhere on our patient that has a doorway, we need to cover, we need an extra layer, we need some gloves. If we're going to touch body fluids that have already come out of a patient through a natural doorway, then we want to touch, or we want to use gloves before we touch the patient. Good? Make sense? All right. If we decide that gloves are indicated, what's the first thing they should touch? The patient. Keep your gloves clean for the patient. And I see this a lot on TV. If you watch any Discovery Health, people will go in, they'll put gloves on, and they'll touch everything in the place, and then they touch the patient. What are they transferring to that patient? All the cooties, all of them. So we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that the first thing our gloves touch is the patient, not everything else. Another thing I see a lot, I actually just saw this weekend online. Somebody posted a short video clip. Guys, don't do this. Don't post anything from work. Ever. Ever. Your work does not exist as far as social media is concerned. But somebody posted a short video clip where they had bagged up trash in the room and they were carrying the trash out into the hallway, and they had gloves on, and they're taking the trash out to the soiled utility room with gloves on. And then they came out of soiled utility room with those gloves on and went into another room. What did they take into that room? Yeah, pathogens from the first room, pathogens from soiled utility, pathogens from everywhere that they walk. I mean, that's horrible. Horrible. So be really careful. When you're done with those gloves, they should come off. Be careful, bless you, what you're spreading around the environment. Make sense? Good? All right. Most facilities have a rule. Remember we talked about the policy and procedure manual that you probably have never read? Yeah, most facilities have a rule that gloves are not to be worn outside of the patient's room. Not to be worn outside, because we know you're bringing pathogens outside of that room. Those pathogens should stay with the patient. They shouldn't be spread around. So watch your policies and procedures. And then we have to know how to remove our gloves correctly. So we're going to pinch up at the bottom of the hand, pull that one off, and then go underneath to pull that one off. So make sure you're removing gloves correctly. So one note about gloves. On the state exam, when you get your 3 skills, they're not going to tell you when you need gloves and when you don't. You have to know this. If you decide to wear gloves when you don't need gloves, that evaluator might tell you you don't need gloves for this because there's a cost there. But even if you do wear gloves, whether you need them or not, this is being graded. So let's say that you are doing pulse. Remember we learned pulse? And you decide that you're going to wear gloves to take a pulse. Please don't. It makes it so much harder to feel. Okay. You don't want to add another layer in there unless you absolutely need to. But let's say you decide for whatever reason you want to wear some gloves to do this skill. You put your gloves on and you do your skill. You're being graded on how you take them off. Even though you didn't need them to begin with, you are being graded on how you take them off. So you've actually added another checkpoint to your checklist that you didn't need to be graded on. Does that make sense? And that actually happened to one of my students. They failed a skill. They failed the test, but specifically they failed a skill because they wore gloves when they didn't need to, and they did not take them off correctly. And that failed them. So we've got to be a little more judicious about when we're wearing gloves. Good? Good. All right. Part of supplies, anytime we're going to be using supplies, we have to have a place to put them. And most of the time, that's going to be this overbed table. For the test, thankfully, the table is empty. It is always empty for the test. Easy. In a clinical setting, you're going to have a whole bunch of stuff there. You'll have to carve out a little space for you. But we can't assume that this table is clean. So that means we need to create a clean surface for our supplies. To do that, we're going to use a barrier. A barrier just gives us a clean place to put our clean supplies. We can only touch our supplies with clean hands. So this is after the opening, after hand washing, we're going to get our supplies because we have to have clean hands. But part of the problem here is that we can't hold those supplies against our uniform. So if we're going to get a barrier and put it on the table, we've got to have 2 hands to open that barrier and get it on the table. We can't hold our supplies with one hand against our uniform and try to open that barrier up because that's going to contaminate our supplies. So the way we do this is we do our opening. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get a barrier. The barrier is first. It goes on the table. Then go back and get the rest of your supplies and put those on the barrier. And that makes sure that your supplies remain clean during the skill. Good? Good? All right. Another supply that we have to talk about is a privacy blanket. We're going to use a privacy blanket anytime our patient is uncovered or undressed. Should I ever see knobby knees? No. But that blanket is there not just for privacy, it's also there to keep your patient warm because your patient is not dressed for company. They're laying down, not very active. You take that sheet away, it's going to feel like icicles. We don't want that for our patient. We want them to feel secure, but it also makes them feel vulnerable. Vulnerable. Okay. Make sense? I want you to imagine for a second. How many of you guys have cable? Like, Spectrum. You have cable in your house? All right. Or internet? Most people have internet. All right. So those are usually installed by a technician. So you've got a stranger coming to your house. Stranger. So I want you to imagine for just a second, the stranger who you don't know. You have no idea who this is. This is just off the street stranger comes into your house and you are in a hospital gown or a nightgown or a pair of boxers or something very flimsy and not dressed for company, and you are laying down on your couch or your bed while a stranger is in your home. How many of you guys feel icky right now? That's exactly the same scenario as our patient, except we're not cable installers. Your patient is feeling vulnerable. We don't understand that because we're the ones upright and fully dressed in this equation. It's not until you spend some time here that that will make sense to you. Does that make sense? Okay. Always take a moment to consider any situation from the view of the bed, not the outside of the bed. All right. So that patient's probably pretty cold. We want to make sure that the patient remains covered at all times for warmth, but also to help them feel a little less vulnerable. People that feel vulnerable generally will act out. They'll get defensive. They may even prevent you from doing a skill because they feel vulnerable. Just makes sense. Now, when you put the blanket on, you don't want to snap it or shake it. You just want to lay it out and then pull the sheet down underneath. That way the patient is never exposed. When you snap or shake something, it's going to bring all of those pathogens from the bed right up where you can breathe them in. That's no fun. And then when at the end of the skill, when you're going to remove that blanket, remember, we got to bring the sheet right up. We don't want our patient uncovered for any amount of time. So we're going to pull the sheet up over the blanket. You don't want to do that with gloves on. Think about where your gloves have been. We don't want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to the patient's face with gloves on. So if we use a privacy blanket, it is the very last thing that we do, taking it off. Okay, very last thing that we do after we've removed our gloves before we wash our hands. Good, good. All right. And then we learned about linen rules. Now, most of these are repeats of what we've already learned, right? Linens can't touch your uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. Don't snap or shake those linens. And we're going to skip 2 and go down to the bottom, and anything we don't use, we're going to discard. We've learned all that as well, because if it's out of your sight, you can't trust that it's clean. You just can't. We'll get to the other 2 later in this lesson. All right. So the end of every skill is done exactly the same. So remember, we start every skill the same, we end every skill the same, and this is the closing. We're going to ensure that our patient is in a clean and safe environment. So look around. Make sure the barrier's off the table. All of your dirty linens have been put in dirty linen. There's no trash on the floor. Your patient looks good. Look around. You also want to make sure that the patient is in the low position in bed. We're going to talk about this a little bit more. I'm not sure whether it's today or tomorrow, but there's a reason for this, and it's not the one that you think. I'm not concerned that this patient's going to roll out of bed. You guys are all able to lay in bed and stay there. I mean, outside of alcohol, right? That's not what I'm concerned about here. I'm concerned that the floor has moved. And I'll tell you why later. Okay. So the bed height needs to be in the lowest position when we end the skill. They actually have to hear this word. Are you comfortable? We need this word, comfortable. And comfortable is also going to include addressing preferences or making sure that we're addressing emotional comfort as well. So for the test, we're just going to offer a magazine or a remote control or crossword puzzle book or their phone, or just, help them get somehow emotionally distracted.
For the test, if we offer that to them, and since they're supposed to be agreeing with what we asked, what if, would they be mad?
No, actually, for the test, they'll probably just, during the prep, right, because all of you guys are going to be patients for this, they'll tell you just be pleasant, cooperative, but you don't need anything. You're good the way you are at the end of the skill. So somebody might ask, do you want the head of the bed up or down? I'm good like I am. Do you want a magazine? No, I'm good. So they'll give you that feedback. If somebody does say yes, if you like, if you're the patient and I say, would you like a magazine? And you say yes, I'm going to go, okay, I'll be right back and bring that. And that's it. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. All right. You want to make sure they're covered. I should never see knobby knees, right? So make sure they're covered with a sheet at the end. Now, there's one skill that we're going to learn, dressing a resident. I think we already learned that one. Dressing a resident. Your patient's fully dressed. They have socks, pants, shirt on. Do I see their knobby knees? No, they're dressed. I don't need a sheet. Okay, that's why I say no knobby knees. As long as I don't see the knees, I'm good. Because most people don't get dressed and then cover up with a sheet. If you're getting dressed, you're getting up. Or if you're laying down to take a nap, you usually don't cover up with a sheet if you're dressed. Good? Make sense? So no knobby knees. If they're undressed, sheet. If they're dressed, that's good. Simply, your videos helped me a lot. I passed my state test last week, and it's all from watching your videos. Well, congratulations. Great job. So let me talk about that really quick. In Florida, you can challenge the exam. We're going to go over that on Thursday. I'm going to give you the test registration packets or month. No, it's Wednesday.
Thursday.
Oh, geez. I'm tired, guys. Sorry. Wednesday. Thank you. We're going to go over the test registration packet, right? We have literally thousands of people who just watch my skills videos. They find me on YouTube. They watch the videos. They self-prepare. They go pass the test, just like Simply. And they did not sit in a classroom. They just watched my videos. Now, most of them don't even watch the live stream. They just watch the skills videos that I show you in class. That's it. They don't have any background information. They just watch the skills videos and they still pass. So how much further along are you guys? Not only are you getting the lectures that explain why these steps are important, but you're sitting in this classroom. So if we can have people that just watch skills videos pass without anything else, and you guys are getting the lectures, you're getting classroom, you're getting the online program, which if you haven't taken advantage of the online program, you probably should. How much further ahead are you going to be? Don't stress the test, guys. I'm telling you, it's going to be easy for you. You won't realize that until after you're past the test, though. Okay. All right. So once we've done all of that, made sure they're in a clean environment, beds in low position, we've asked them about comfort, addressed their preferences, we've made sure they're covered, then we're going to open that privacy curtain and give them the call light. Doesn't matter what order you do all of those things in. I don't care. Mix and match. Does not matter. But once you've done all of those things, then you've got to get the cooties off your hands. So we're going to go clean our hands. If charting is required, if we have to document something, we do it after we've washed our hands. But our critical checkpoint here is end skill with clean hands. So if we document, we haven't ended the skill yet, what do we have to do? Go wash our hands again. Don't return to the patient, guys. Once your hands are clean, don't come back over here. If you do, if I realize that I forgot to give the patient their call light and I'm over washing my hands and I come back over here to give the patient their call light, what am I going to need to do again? Wash my hands. So try to get everything done before you wash your hands. Now, if you're over there at the sink and realize that you didn't give their call light or didn't open the curtain or didn't ask if they were comfortable, do that. But just remember, you've got to go wash your hands again. Okay. Good.
Let's say washing your hands and you forget during the test. Do you finish washing your hands?
Yeah, go ahead and finish and then go back to the patient, do whatever it is that you needed to do, and then go wash your hands again. But remember we talked about simulation? You remember that? That during the test at some point, those evaluators are going to tell you can simulate hand washing, because where do they want to be? At home in their pool with their margarita? Absolutely. They do not want to be watching you wash your hands for the 4th time today. Thank you. Right? So they're going to tell you at some point you can simulate. So just simulate just means say, I would wash my hands again. I would wash my hands here. I would go to the sink and wash my hands. I don't care how you do it. Just say something about washing your hands. You don't have to pantomime this. You don't have to like rub your hands together. You don't have to go to the sink. You don't have to do it. Just say, I would wash my hands here. Verbal placeholder. Because those evaluators don't want to watch you wash your hands again. All right, we learned how to take a pulse. A pulse is a measurement of how many times the heart beats over 1 minute. A normal pulse rate is between 60 and 100. The pulse is going to be located at the very top of the bendy part of the wrist, way up here, not down here by the pinky, not up here. It's where the lines are at the very top of the thumb side of the wrist. And you're going to use 2 fingers, not your thumb. Don't do this. You'll get your own pulse if you use your thumb. 2 fingers, and then thumb goes on the back. Okay. So 2 fingers, and thumb goes on the back. Go ahead. Got it? Nope. Not like this. Like this. Okay. All right. So we don't use our thumb to take a pulse. Normal is between 60 and 100, and we're going to tell the evaluators when we start counting and when we stop counting, because they're on the other side of the patient on the other wrist counting as well. You have to be within 4 beats of the nurse's measurement to be accurate. All right. We didn't get to this. We will today. If you're looking at, so these are all the banners that are on that back wall, right? All 11. Remember, I said we're going to have to learn 11. If you're looking at this, we know this one. We know this one. We've learned this one, this one, this one. We've learned most of this one and this one. So we only have 4 left to learn. So we're 1 week down, and we've gotten most of our principles down. Good? Was it hard? Remember, these are not going to be on the care plan. The care plan tells you what to do. These tell you how to do it. But this isn't going to be on our care plan. We have to know these. So let's learn another skill. Go to page 116 in your book. Berletha says, waiting for my test date. I'm so nervous. I failed both parts the first time, missed 1 skill, and scored a 71 on my written. Oh, it's so hard. I completely understand. We wish you the very best luck on your next attempt. Just make sure that you follow all of these principles that we're learning, and you'll do great. But come back and let us know how you did. We'll keep you in our thoughts. Oh, thank you, Jake. Yeah, tune into our game show on our YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/4YourCNA. Tune into our game show for practice on the written test. Good job. Thank you, Jake. Told you I'm a horrible marketer. All right. So if you're looking at page 116, down the side here, you can see all of the principles that are involved in this skill, and they're all spelled out for us here. And man, are there a lot. There are a lot of principles for this particular skill. So we're going to put a lot of things together that we've already learned, and we're going to have to learn a couple of new ones. But even though this looks very complex, right? Lots of principles here. We already know to follow the care plan. We know how to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. We know to use a barrier if we're going to get supplies. So I'll go get my barrier. We're going to figure out if we need gloves. Remember, that's a person by person thing. I got to figure out, do I have any holes that are going to touch any of her holes, right? And we know linen rules. We're not going to hold the linens against our uniform. We're going to have clean hands when we get our linens. We're not going to snap or shake anything, and anything we don't use, we're going to discard. So we know all of that, and we know how to end every skill. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. Let me know if you need anything. Your environment's clean, bed's in a low position. Open the curtain, wash my hands. We know all of that. So there's not much here so far that could really kind of trip us up. What we're going to have to learn now are 2 new principles and our skills-specific steps. But guys, don't overcomplicate this. This is a mini mani. It's a mini manicure. We're going to soak a hand, wash a hand, rinse a hand, dry the hand, clean under the nails, file the rough edges, and apply some lotion. That's it. This isn't a hard skill. It looks complex when you look at all of the, but it's not. It's not. It's not a hard skill. Remember, we already know how to do most of this. So in order to learn how to do this particular skill, we're going to follow these step-by-step instructions on page 117. This is going to tell you exactly step by step how to do this skill, starting with read the care plan. So I literally detail every single step here. You will never have to wonder, when do I get the next washcloth? When do I wring a washcloth out? How do I do this? It's all right here for you. At the bottom of your supplies, you do have to learn your supplies. There's no way around that. You've got to learn them because your care plan isn't going to tell you your supplies. And our care plan is at the top of the page. So remember, you're responsible for learning your supplies. Flashcards will help you with that. If you want to purchase flashcards, see Jake, but you can also make your own. While you guys are enrolled, they're $14.99. Everybody else, you guys, they're $19.99. Normally, they're $30, but I'm pretty sure on, I don't know, the flashcards online, they're either $19.99 or $24.99. I'm not sure which. I know they're on sale right now, but I can't remember what but you guys get a huge discount for being here. All right, so let's look at this care plan. It says provide hand and nail care to one hand. How many? Does it tell us right or left? No, so you get to pick. For the test, you get to pick. In a clinical setting, if you're only doing one hand, it's going to tell you which hand. There's a reason we're not doing the other one. Maybe it has an incision. Maybe there's a rash. Maybe they're having surgery on it later. I don't know what the reason we're only doing one hand is. There's a million reasons it could be. I don't care. Care plan says one hand. I'm going to do what the care plan says. I don't need to know why. Good? Good. All right. It says patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. So when you're looking down here, you can see everything checked off that we already know, but I've got 2 things here that don't have a check mark that we have to learn. So the first thing that we're going to learn here is washing rules. This is going to be, our instructions are on page 112, our notes. And we do a lot of washing. You can see all of the skills that this is going to pertain to. So catheter care, foot care, hand and nail care, partial bed, bath, and peri care are all going to utilize washing rules. So this is something we're going to learn and repeat over and over and over, just like the opening and the closing and privacy blanket and glove rules and all that. Learn it once, use it over and over. I do have a video on this that you can watch if you want, but we're going to talk about it a little bit in class today. So page 113 has the notes for this. And this is something that is not intuitive, things that you probably haven't really stopped to think about before today. And that's why I kind of have to go over this with you. So, like I said, notes are on page 113, but we have to think about how we bathe. Okay. So when you get your shower, and most of us take showers, when you get your shower, you do this on autopilot. You aren't thinking about it. You're probably thinking about a million other things because that's usually when we do some of our creative thinking, right? When we're hands are busy, mind is idle. So you get into the shower and you get wet, and then you apply soap. After you apply soap, you rinse the soap off, and then you get out and get dressed. Now, these are very simple, right? Any kindergartner can tell you the steps. Would you ever consider getting out of the shower with soap on your skin and shampoo in your hair? That's just weird, isn't it? Weird. We wouldn't do that. And yet it's really easy to do that with patients. A lot of times we skip rinsing because we don't think about the steps. We do it for ourselves routinely, but when we have to do it on somebody else, we have to start thinking about the steps involved. So we have a saying for this. Okay, we're going to get to that in just a minute. But because we have to rinse, we got to get that soap off the skin. We have to have water for rinsing. Now in the shower, that's easy. It's coming from the faucet. You just have to stand under it and you're rinsed off. It's not a big deal. But when we are bathing a body part not in the shower, when we're over here bathing a body in the bed or at a table, we don't have running water to rinse with. So now we have to start thinking, okay, how do we rinse this body part without running water? That means that we have to have a bucket of water for rinsing. Everybody good? Now you could get a second bucket of water. So you've got one for washing and one for rinsing. But every supply that you use, that patient is going to be charged for. Anybody ever been a patient at a hospital? When you get out of the hospital, you get a bill. Anybody ever gotten a bill from the hospital? Are they cheap? No. And usually your hospital bill will just have one total on it. It'll say, okay, your stay was $17,000, your insurance paid $15,000, your portion is $2,000, cash or check, right? And you got to pay that. It's a bill. But it's not itemized. So your bill was $17,000. What was on that bill, right? Well, what made that $17,000 is every single supply that you used, every medication you were given, every procedure that was provided, and room and board. So when CNAs get supplies for patients, they actually have to scan like a checkout register. They have to scan the supply and the patient's barcode to charge that supply to the patient. Now, one of the things that you can do as a patient is ask for an itemized bill. So instead of getting that $17,000 bill, you're asking, okay, yeah, $17,000, but what was on that bill? I want an itemized bill, please. And the hospital has to provide a list of everything that made up that $17,000. Good? Now, if you are looking at that bill and you see that you were charged for 2 different basins at $38 a piece, you're going to have to pay that. Now, this is something that you didn't ask for, you didn't authorize, and you're not okay with. Somebody else made that decision for you and then gave you the bill. Does that sound fair? So as CNAs, we have to be aware that everything that we use on that patient is going to get charged to the patient. There's no need for 2 basins. As long as you don't put soap in that water stays clean for rinsing. 1 basin. So instead of putting soap in the water, it's better to put soap on the washcloth. And we just saved our patient $38. Good? Make sense? Natasha, any advice? I failed my state exam in New York City. I feel so horrible. I'm taking it for the second time next Monday. I'm so nervous and excited. Oh, let's see. I failed a radial pulse skills test. Okay. So, Natasha, I would go back and watch last lesson, which was class 2, last Wednesday. Go to flcnatraining.com. Jake will put it up for me. flcnatraining.com. Watch class 2, the last part of class 2, we went over pulse. And that will explain how to take a pulse, what you need to know about it. But if you watch all of these lessons, and I know you're testing on Monday, so you won't get to see them all, go back to our YouTube channel and watch last class session. That will give you everything that you need to know to be successful on your next try. But good luck to you. Game show is tomorrow. That will help you on the written test as well. All right. So what we have to remember here is that basins are no soap zones, and that makes sure that we always have clean water for rinsing. If we don't put soap in the basin, we have clean water for rinsing. So that basin is only used for that one patient. It's not spread patient to patient. So let's say the 4 of you guys are patients in the hospital, and each one of you will get your own basin, and your basin isn't used by her. Hers isn't, they're all what we call single patient use. And you actually can take those things home with you if you want to. Bath basins make great cleaning basins. A lot of people take them home for cleaning. I don't recommend taking the bedpan home, but you've paid for it. So if you want it, take it home. So these things are single patient use. You've paid for it. You're allowed to take it with you. But most of the time, we just throw them away when the patient leaves.
Why don't they? I mean, it can be washtubs when they don't.
There's a lot of reasons for that. So, okay, let me see if I can explain this without getting too controversial here. Yeah, that's a big part of it, for-profit hospitals. So let's go back to the 1950s for a minute. And actually, this lasted all the way up to the 80s, but let's just stick with 1950s. So poodle skirts, right? Saddle shoes, and metal patient use items. We had metal bedpans that were one bedpan per unit. Everybody in the unit used the same bedpan. One basin per unit. Everybody in the unit used the same basin. But here's the problem. And, we washed it, we disinfected it, but there are some things like C. diff and norovirus that is very hard to clean off of surfaces. So things were likely to spread from patient to patient. Make sense? But here's the other really important part. You guys are all being trained a specific way. And I want you to remember what you've learned when you're out there working. But chances are, I'm realistic here. Chances are when you get out there and you start working, those CNAs that have been in the field for 30 years are going to teach you all kinds of shortcuts, and you're going to listen to them because they've been in the field for 30 years, and it looks a whole lot easier to do it the way they're doing it, and you're going to take these shortcuts, and you're not going to clean things the way that they should be cleaned. You're just going to rinse them out and throw them somewhere. So I know that. Now, I'm teaching you why you shouldn't do those things, right? That's why I spend a lot of time with the why behind every one of these steps, so that when you get out there and you're talking to these 30-year CNAs and they're telling you their shortcuts, your mind will go, no, danger, danger, danger. Miss Patty said, no, don't do that. I'm hoping that your brain will do that. But is it realistic to think that you're going to follow absolutely everything I've trained you to do every single time? No, it's not. So facilities know that too. And that's why we have single patient use items, because we can't trust that you are going to do the right thing every time. Does that make sense? It would certainly be cheaper on the patients, absolutely. But we also have to remember what you were talking about, right? Facilities are for-profit institutions. If they can bill you for something, bless you. That hospital did not pay $38 for that basin. That hospital paid maybe $2 for that basin. Now, if I could buy something for $2 and then sell it to you for $38, is that something I would want to do to make money if I'm a for-profit institution? Sure, absolutely, all day long. Now, even better, if I can buy something for $2 and not sell it to you, give it to you for $38 and then bill you for it, and you didn't have any say in the matter. So that would be like me, Wednesday, when you guys walk in here, I've got flashcards in front of every single one of your seats. That sounds like a good deal for you guys, right? Except when you go to leave on Wednesday, I'm like, okay, I need your $15 now, please. I didn't ask you if you wanted flashcards. You didn't order flashcards. I just provided them and then billed you for them. And that's what a hospital does. Okay, make sense? Yeah, I'd probably get a pretty bad reputation for that. But the hospitals don't. Why? Yeah. We don't really think about it, though, from the patient standpoint. We just get a bill and we pay it because we're conditioned to do so. For me, when I'm in the hospital, I'm like, do we need that? Is this essential? Because I have to pay that bill.
Two-part question. So I just learned that recently after caregiving for my mom that they charge you for literally everything.
Everything.
So at any point in your career, did you start? Because I felt pretty stupid that I had never known that. So did my mom at 84. So is there any point that anybody, without asking for an itemized bill, that you had that discussion, like everything you're paying for, just to let you know?
No, when you get admitted to the hospital and you sign those admission forms, it's buried in there.
Okay. And then the other part, if you start doing everything right, with all the 30-year CNAs and they're all cutting corners, are you going to become a target?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Realistically, probably. Does that mean that should stop you? So we have to start thinking this through, right? Because you guys are all young. Oh, you're young. You got your whole lives ahead of you, right? You're not thinking about healthcare. Healthcare is something that you need when you're old. I'm not thinking about that. We don't think about it when we're young. It's not until we get older and these things start happening and all of a sudden now at 84, we're starting to realize that, oh my gosh, there's an itemized bill here, right? They charge me for everything. And healthcare is getting much, 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 much more expensive. Just in the last 3 years, healthcare costs have gone up by something like 23%. That's insane. Now, if you really want your mind blown, I'm going to get blacklisted for this. If you really want your mind blown, anybody know how many hospitals we have here in Hernando County? Say it. What was your guess?
I don't know.
3. Yeah, you were right. 3. There are 3 hospitals here in Hernando County. So about 10 years ago, there was a list compiled of the 10 most expensive hospitals in the nation. 10 most expensive hospitals in the nation. Now, little old Hernando County, gosh, it would be horrible if we were on that list, right? Why in the world you would expect things like Yale, or, a hospital associated with Yale, or even Tampa General, right? Really big. Yes. Yeah. you would expect the really big, important hospitals to be on that list, right? It'd be horrible if we had a hospital on that list, wouldn't it? The most expensive hospitals in the nation, all 3 of our hospitals are on that list. All 3. That means only 7 other hospitals in the nation made that list. So, yeah, so in this county, we do not have a lower cost option available to us. All 3 of our hospitals are on that list. Now, that was 10 years ago, and things have gotten worse since then. That's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. But that's reality. And you can look that up. Google is your friend. Yep. That's crazy. So if we know that our patients are already getting like bamboozled with their healthcare, their expensive healthcare, do we really want to add to that? Now, I am not political. Okay, this is not political at all, but we need to understand that next year, about 1/3 of the people that are insured are losing their insurance, their commercial insurances. So that means that these people don't have another option to go to. They are self-pay, and they have to pay every penny of that. There's no insurance. So is this an important topic to discuss as CNAs? I think so. Guys, I'm one of the ones that's uninsured. I don't have health insurance. So if I go to the hospital, I pay every single penny of that. So do you think that I'm keeping a very close eye on what they're grabbing? Absolutely. There are CNAs out there that will throw away a bedpan after every use because they don't want to clean it. And they get a new one. How many times do you guys toilet on average a day? Conservatively, maybe 3 or 4 times you go to the toilet every day. Maybe a few more, but let's just go with 4. It's a nice even number. If your bedpans cost $25 a piece, and they don't, they cost way more than that, but let's just make this easy math. If your bedpans cost $25 a piece and you're using 4 a day, anybody want to do that math? How much is that charging me? $100 for the privilege of going to the bathroom because you as a CNA don't want to clean a bedpan. Excuse me? That's not cool. We have to be aware of these considerations, right? So it's not unusual that your mom didn't know or that you didn't know. I mean, it's not something that's talked about very often, but as the main people that will be getting supplies for the patient, it's something that we probably need to be discussing. Okay. Nurses do get supplies for the patient, but they get more of the nursing supplies, the bandages and all of the nursing types of supplies, the IVs and the normal saline for IVs and things like that. As CNAs, we're getting all the patient care stuff. Good? Make sense? Because they can. It's that simple, because they can. A market will always charge what the market will bear because they can. 90% of the people at the hospital are all on Medicare, right? Don't get sick if you're young in Hernando County. So, as long as you're on Medicare or Medicaid, it's fine because the government's paying the bill and nobody in the government is looking. Why not? But don't go if you're self-pay. I'd probably look at another county.
What's a good approach to tell them to pay everything they need?
You don't have to. It's not your job. Not your job. But your job should be, don't throw away the bedpan after every use. Don't get another basin if we don't need one. You don't have to have that conversation with the patient. Not your job. But being aware of it should be your job.
Is there any way to find out what some of the better hospitals in the area are?
No, and unfortunately, they've tried this many times. Hospitals are supposed to be able to give you a rough estimate of how much something will cost. That was a law that was enacted a couple of years ago that you should be able to ask, okay, I need a knee replacement. About how much should this run me roughly, right? Hospitals really fought back on that. They don't like giving that because they don't know how many basins the CNAs are going to grab. They have no idea because you are the one that, as the CNA, that's in control of that, not the hospital billing department. The billing department just bills whatever it is you scan in, right? So there's so many moving parts to this, so many people involved, that how do you come up with an actual estimate? Plus, we don't know what complications a patient's going to have, how many bags of IV fluid they're going to need, or if they're going to need blood during there's so many unknowns there that it's really, really hard. So don't get sick until you're on Medicare. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I'm just kind of holding out.
I still don't want to say this, and I'll ask this question, but I've been in sales my whole life. So this is something I would never do because it's different. But as CNAs or nurse RNs, do you guys, whoever's like up there on the amount of money that they're bringing in, do they become a little bit higher up on the ladder?
Oh, yeah, you're talking, no, not
No.
usually. No, it's not.
That doesn't even come into.
No. And what you're talking about is career advancement based on the amount of money that you're generating for the facility. And no, that doesn't really come. No, that doesn't really. No. Because remember, in Hernando County, almost all of our patients are Medicare or Medicaid. So, they'll take whatever government money they're handed.
That's why they kicked my mom out after 10 days, even though she was not ready to go. But that's the disadvantage of the Medicare, right? Because
Right.
when they're done, you got to go.
Right.
Whether
Whether you're ready or not.
right.
Right.
That's good.
It's not a perfect system. It's not. Oh, yeah. 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 There are some hospitals that are doing same-day discharges.
And we were right back in 2 hours after she fell again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she could stay again.
Yeah, I can't, unfortunately, we're like way, way, way in the weeds here, but I can't control any of that. I don't, and to be honest with you, I mean, we can debate this all day. I don't have the answer. I do not have the answer, because when you start doing government insurance, the government takes care of all healthcare, then you end up with limits, right? The government's only going to pay for 10 days. And if you're not ready, tough luck, right? So when the government is responsible for paying, there's going to be limits. When people are responsible for paying, you get these outrageous bills. So there is no right answer here. I can't solve this issue. And not only, do I not want to, and I'm not paid to, if this is a hot button issue for you, consider running for office and be the one that writes the bills for this. Now that you've got a little bit more insider knowledge, you would be much more effective. Or contact your state legislators and tell them, hey, this is a problem. They don't know it's a problem in most cases because nobody's talking about it, right? But I don't want to solve this. This is not my problem to solve. I teach. And I'm teaching you, we only need one basin. Okay, good. So the way you remember this is basins are no soap zones. We don't put soap in the water in the basin. As long as we don't put soap in the water, it stays clean. And now we have rinsing water in only one basin. Good? Questions on that? All right. So whatever you wash, you rinse. whatever you rinse, you dry. I want you to remember that. That's actually something useful for you. Whatever you wash, you rinse. Whatever you rinse, you dry. Now, why am I saying it that way? Because in your mind, you're like, duh, like a 4-year-old knows that. Because when you are doing this on somebody else, rinsing is actually the number one step that is missed on washing skills. Because you've got a washcloth, you put some soap on it, and then you wiped whatever it is that you're wiping, right? Whatever body part we're cleaning here. And it's super easy to just go to drying, not even thinking about soap being on that washcloth because you can't see it. It's not all sudsy. You can't see the soap. Good. In fact, if you see the soap, you put too much soap on. It's going to be really hard to rinse off. Okay, good. So whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. And if you say that as you're doing the steps, so I get my washcloth, I wring it out, I put some soap on the washcloth, whatever I wash, put that aside, I rinse. Wring the washcloth out and rinse. And you're going to hear me say that in every single washing video. And when you're doing the skill, I want you to say it at least in your head. Whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. And that way you don't miss a step. Good? Good. All right, since we have to rinse the soap off the skin, we need clean water, so no soap in the basin. And that gives us our rule. Basins are no soap zones. Any questions? All right, so now we're going to talk about how we fill the basin. We know we don't put soap in the basin, but let's go back and figure out how we fill the basin now. So I've done my I read my care plan. Care plan told me what to do. I've done my opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to wash one hand. Is that okay? I got permission. I closed the curtain. I washed my hands. And then I got my supplies. I started with a barrier because we always start with a barrier. I put that on the table. I got my supplies that I need. I need 2 washcloths, a towel, a basin, soap, lotion, an orange stick, and an emery board. Learn your supplies. I put all that on my barrier. I can't start the skill yet. I have no water. I need to go get water in my basin. My hands have been washed and all I've touched are clean items. So I'm going to take my basin over to the sink. Okay. So I did my whole opening. I got all of my supplies and I'm taking my basin over to the sink to fill it up. Is that sink handle clean? So I can't touch that sink handle with my bare hands. I need something between my bare hands and that dirty sink faucet. What could I use between my clean hands and that dirty sink faucet? A paper towel. That's a barrier. It's something that separates 2 surfaces. So I'm going to get a paper towel and I'm going to turn the water on. Now, when I turn the water on, I want it to be warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. And I want to check it with a very specific part of my body, right here. Right here, not the back of my hand, not my elbow, right here, the inside of my wrist is the most accurate temperature perception that you have. Okay, your temperature nerve endings are pretty close there. Okay, so we want to feel the water with the inside of our wrist. Once I get the water in the basin, remember it should be warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Once I get the water in the basin, the patient has to check it. This is a critical checkpoint. Your patient has to check the water because even though I think it's comfortable, my patient may not agree. We have 2 totally different viewpoints for a couple of reasons. The first is probably the most academic. Everybody has different preferences. How many of you guys like really, really hot water? Like if there's not steam, it's not good. Me. When my husband walks into the bathroom, it looks like it's a sauna. I mean, it's just steam billowing, right? I like hot, hot, hot showers. He's totally the opposite. He likes cool showers. He works outside all day in the heat. He does not want hot. He wants cool, right? We all have different bathing temperature preferences. Just because I like hot water doesn't mean that you do. Your patient has to check it. But there's another reason that your patient has to check it besides preference. And this is especially important as we age. So right now we're going to talk about one of the differences in aging. So when we're young, we have really nice plump layers of skin, fat, and muscle, right? These are plump layers. But as we age, these layers start to shrink. And by the time we get older, the layers are super, super small, especially this one right here, this layer of fat. And when you look at the skin, so here you can't see the blood vessels underneath. You can't really see them here. They're really, really faint, but look here. Have you ever seen an old person? Have you ever looked at the back of their hands? It looks like this. So look at the back of your hands. Do your hands look like this? So that means, if you're over 40, don't look. That means that we change, right? That there is a change that happens from the time that we're young until we get older. This is a change of aging. This layer of fat shrinks down. And we end up with blood vessels that are really easy to see. And it almost looks like skin over bone, right? There's just not much there. This happens all over your body, but it predominantly happens the most in your extremities. So why do we care? So what? So they lost their layer of fat. I mean, that sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? Right? We're all trying to lose fat. That is not good. That is not good. And the reason is we have to start thinking about what that fat layer actually does. So when you eat, your body has to burn calories. Anybody ever hear that term? Burning calories, right? So your body burns calories. Now we think it's for nutrition, and it is, it does, it helps, but that's not why your body burns calories. Your body burns calories to generate heat. Anybody know what a normal body temperature is? 98.6, yeah. So even if we do a range, 97.6 to 99.6, guys, that's a very, very small range. Very small range. Now, if you've ever had a fever, right, 98.6 is what we consider normal. If you've ever had a fever and went up to 100 degrees, what does that make you feel like? Yeah, like crap, right? Guys, that's a degree. That's a degree. 1 degree. And you feel like crap. Do you guys see how narrow this opening is for your body temperature? It is so narrow that if your body temperature drops below 95, you can die. Or you will die. 95. Now, if we walked outside and it was 95 degrees out there, how would you describe that temperature? Hot. Yeah, miserable, horrible. I need AC, please, right? If your body temperature drops below 95, you die. So we have to generate heat to stay in that very narrow margin where we live. A degree too high, fever. A degree too low, hypothermia. 2 degrees too high, serious fever. 2 degrees too low, serious hypothermia. 5 degrees too high, dead. 5 degrees too low, dead. Do you guys see how precarious this body temperature thing is? All right. So now that we know that body temperature is pretty important, let's talk about room temperature. Because there's a physics principle here. Room temperature always wins. Always. Now in this room right now, How would you guys classify the temperature in this room right now? Cold. Yeah, most of you guys are cold. I'm comfortable. Some of you guys are comfortable, right? But if you look at that thermostat right there, you'll see 74. That's what that thermostat says, 74. Some of you are a little colder because you're like right under the vent. But yeah. So 74 is what our thermostat says this temperature is in here. Good? Now, that's room temperature. That is the temperature of this room right now. Now, if I were to bake a pie in an oven at 325, when I pull that pie out, the pie is 325. And that's hot. We can all agree that is super, super hot. But if I take that pie and put it on top of my oven, turn the oven off, and just leave it there for a couple of hours, does that pie stay 325 degrees? What happens? It cools to specifically room temperature. It'll never get colder than room temperature. It'll go to room temperature because room temperature always wins. Now, if I go to my freezer and grab a thing of ice cream out, because ice cream goes with pie, that ice cream is about 2 degrees, roughly, in a freezer. How would you classify 2 degrees? Cold, right? So I take that ice cream and I put it on the counter. Does it stay cold? Does it stay 2 degrees? What does it do? To what? Room temperature, because room temperature always wins. It'll never get hotter than room temperature. It'll warm up to room temperature and stabilize. Room temperature always wins. That's a physics principle. It doesn't matter whether something starts out cold or hot. It will always normalize to room temperature. But wait, I just told you that we have to maintain 98 degrees. If room temperature always wins, and room temperature is 74 degrees in here, and you have to be at 98 degrees to live, and room temperature is always trying to get you down to 74 degrees, there's a problem. There has to be some way for your body to fight that room temperature by generating heat to keep you at 98.6 degrees. That is why we burn calories. Good? Nutrition's important, absolutely, 100%, but this is way more important because if your temperature drops, you're done. Doesn't matter if you had all the nutrients in the world. If your temperature drops, you're done. You guys see how important that is? Okay. So, human biology being what it is, along the way, our ancestors figured out this is pretty important. So, we got to have a way of maximizing the heat that we generate. So if I'm generating heat through burning calories, how can I keep some of that heat and keep it from radiating away? Because remember, room temperature is trying to win, right? So what it does is it puts a layer of fat along your whole body, and that holds in that body heat. That layer of fat is insulation. That layer of fat keeps outside temperatures out and inside temperatures in. So when you generate heat, it keeps that temperature inside. It helps keep room temperature from cooling you down. Make sense? Good? Do you guys remember what I said happens as we age? What happens? What layer specifically is affected? That fat layer. That's right. Have you ever heard an old person say, I can't live up north anymore, it's too cold. I can't handle the cold anymore. Doesn't make a bit of sense to you. It's because they don't have that fat layer to keep that cold out. They feel it much more intensely than you do. They also don't have that fat layer to keep their internal temperature, that heat they're creating in, so it radiates away. So they get cold and their temperature drops. This is why everybody retires to Florida. Because their body doesn't have to work so hard. Have you ever walked into grandma's house and you're like, whoo, grandma, turn that air on. It's like 80 degrees in here. It is hot. Well, that they keep it warm because they don't have to fight that room temperature as much. You starting to put all that together? All right. So anybody been in a hospital? What's temperature like in there? Cold. If you're in a nursing home, it's cold. And that's because pathogens need warm, dark, moist to thrive. So when it's colder, we tend to keep pathogens at bay. Remember, I talked about that a little bit. So if we have a patient, this person, laying in bed, not active, in a cold environment, and they've lost their body fat stores, how cold is it going to feel to them? Very cold. Very cold. We need to understand that my perception of temperature and this person's perception of temperature could not be more different if we tried. Now, that's also going to impact how they feel water temperature as well. So when I put my hand in that faucet and to me it felt fine, that patient may perceive that temperature completely differently. So I'm going to ask that patient, can you please check this water temperature? And if they say, oh no, it's too cold, I am not going to argue with them. I'm going to go warm it up. If they say, oh no, that's way too hot, I am not going to argue with them. I'm going to go warm it up or cool it down. Sorry. Good. Make sense?
Now with that though, this is supposed to be your rinse, so it's got to be clean water. With them taking their hands in it, now you've uncleaned the water and everything. You got to start over with a whole new thing.
Nope. And that's okay because it's their cooties.
Yeah, but isn't the point of washing them to get the cooties off? Of the
No,
face?
actually, it's not. Actually, it's not. I know that's kind of a misnomer. You have a certain amount of, and I'm just going to use the term cooties for simplicity here, okay? So you have your own, what we call normal flora, normal cooties that live on and around you, and it's very symbiotic. They're not bad cooties. Not all pathogens are bad, by the way. Not all pathogens are bad. And let me give you a kind of an example that you guys can kind of work your head around, right? How many of you guys have pets? Okay. Do I have any dog people here? Okay. Dogs are great. I have 3 of them. I love my dogs to pieces. They are amazing creatures. They would never hurt a soul. I trust my dogs 100%. But does that mean that every single dog on the planet is a loving, caring, wonderful pet? Have there ever been dog attacks on humans? So we have some dogs that are good for us, and we have some dogs that are not good for us. Make sense? Okay. I'm not going to get into the discussion of what makes a dog not good for you. I understand all that. I'm trying to show you that something can be good and bad as a concept. Okay. Does that make sense? Pathogens are the same way. There are some pathogens that live on the surface of your skin, and their whole goal is to keep out the bad ones. You have normal flora. Okay. So when we are doing hand and nail care, we're actually not doing it to clean the hand. You'll never get all of the pathogens off. You can't, because you can't sterilize a human. You just can't. So what we're trying to do is minimize the growth of the bad pathogens. So when we do this, when we put the hand in the water and let them check the water temperature, we're actually going to have them soak their hand in that water. And then we're going to take it out and wash it, and we'll put it back in to rinse. And that's okay because it's their own normal flora. We're reducing the amount of colony on there. Now, that may differ depending on our situation. So let's say that we have a patient who was homeless for the last 6 months, hasn't had a shower, a bath, anything. in 6 months. Now, this process probably isn't going to work for that individual. And as the nurse, I recognize that. So instead of having just hand and nail care on there, I would have on the care plan something specific for this particular patient. Does that make sense? Okay, good. So we're going to ask our patient to check the water temperature, and we're going to listen to what they say. For the test, the evaluator will probably check the water temperature. So don't fake this. Get warm water. Okay. Remember that every patient's going to be different. So I want you to imagine, for this purposes, for this test, for this skill, this patient is an older woman who lives in an assisted living facility, and she gets up and walks around, and she pretty much does most things by herself. She washes her own hands. That's not why we're doing this. We are doing hand and nail care to keep the nails, under the nails, clean and keep them at a manageable length, because CNAs can't use nail clippers. We're not allowed to use nail clippers. As long as we file the nails once or twice a week, it keeps them short at a manageable length, and we never have to use nail clippers. That's why we're doing hand and nail care. It's not to clean the hand. It's to take care of the nails. But part of taking care of the nails is soaking them. Okay, good. Now, you might do hand and nail care for a completely different reason on a completely different patient. Follow that care plan. But for this one, our patient's pretty ambulatory and able to do things on her own. Good. Rinsing is important. This is what skin looks like when you don't rinse the soap off of. Do you guys see how dry that is? Dry skin is prone to cracking. Cracking creates a portal of entry. This is why we have to rinse. Don't forget rinsing. All right. If we take too long doing this, your water's going to get cold. It could get soapy too, depending on how much soap you applied to the hand. If the water for any washing skill gets cold or soapy, change it out. Don't have your patient use cold or soapy water. This is just kind of a judgment call, right? If you do the things that I show you to do, how I show you to do them, this won't be an issue. We're going to use a barrier on the table, and when you put that barrier on the table, you want it so the absorbent side is facing up, and that will catch any spills. If liquid spills onto the table or onto the floor during the test, do not ignore it. Your evaluator saw it, and you have to clean it up. Don't ignore that. There's an actual checkpoint on that. But as long as your barrier is on the table and your basin is on the barrier, your barrier should absorb everything, and that will take care of that issue for you. Now, part of this skill is going to require us putting lotion on the hand. And this is just a nice thing to do, right? We don't want dry skin because dry skin cracks, portals of entry. So putting lotion on, but you want to warm the lotion up first. Don't throw cold lotion onto a patient. It can shock them. So don't just squeeze that lotion directly on their skin. Put it in your hands and warm it up. Some people put the bottle in the basin and let it bob around to warm up. That does not warm your lotion, guys. That warms the outer side of the lotion. When you squeeze that lotion, it's coming from the middle, not the outer side. Putting lotion in the basin does not warm it up. Just put it in your hands and warm it up. Okay. So those are all washing skills. We're going to use these same steps on 5 skills. But right now, we're going to learn how to apply them to hand and nail care. Before I show you hand and nail care, though, we have to talk about this. This is basin cleaning. Now, I'm just going to go through this really, really quickly. This is not the last time you will see basin cleaning. In fact, basin cleaning shows up in all of these skills. You're going to see this over and over. It doesn't matter what it is. If it holds liquid, we clean it the same way. And the way we clean it, we rinse it, we dry it, we store it. That's it. Rinse it, dry it, store it. That's it. That's all we have to do. Rinse, dry, store. But infection control being what it is, we have to talk about there's going to be times when rinsing and drying and storing is not quite enough. sometimes we're actually going to have to clean the basin, not just rinse it out and dry it off. We want to clean the basin. And if we're going to clean or disinfect the basin, we have to have a process for that. So, one process that I'm going to teach you does both. You can use this one process when you're just rinsing and drying and storing the basin, or you can use the same process when you're disinfecting the basin. So we're just going to add one more step in to disinfect. Make sense? We're going to learn one way to do it, and then whatever our care plan tells us is which variation we're going to use. So the way this works, I've got notes on page 91. The way this works is we're going to dump out whatever's in the basin, wherever it would normally go. If it's water, put it in the sink. If it's body fluids, put it in the toilet. That just makes sense, wherever it would normally go. And then you're going to rinse the basin. Well, that's easy. Rinse it out. And then put the rinse water wherever you put the stuff. So if it's body fluids and you dumped it in the toilet, put the rinse water in the toilet too. If it was water and you dumped it in the sink, put the rinse water in the sink. You put the rinse water wherever the stuff went. Good? Questions? Okay. Now, once you've rinsed that basin, if we have to disinfect it, we cannot hold it while we disinfect it. You can't hold something while you're disinfecting it. So we're going to set it down in the sink. And then if we have to disinfect, okay, if we have to disinfect, we can't hold the basin because our gloves, or if we have bare hands, our bare hands are not clean. So we're going to rinse it and set it down, and while we're not holding it, spray it with our disinfectant spray. But now we have to pick it up, and our gloves or our hands are not clean yet. So we're going to use something between our dirty gloves or dirty hands and that basin. Do you know what we can use? It's the same thing we used when we got water. A paper towel. Because you can't pick up that disinfected basin with that glove or that dirty hand. So we need a paper towel to pick it up. Then we're going to dry the inside with a paper towel. We're going to dry the outside with a paper towel. And then we're going to put this back in the drawer, but our dirty gloves or dirty hands can't touch the outside of this. So what could I use between my dirty glove or dirty hand? Another paper towel. That's right. So the way this works, we can throw those paper towels away. So the way this works is we're going to empty the basin wherever it normally gets emptied, sink or toilet. We're going to rinse it and empty that wherever we put the stuff. We're going to set it down. For the test, we do not disinfect. We do not disinfect. We're going to use a paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside, and one more for the drawer. On the way, we'll pick up whatever supplies we use, put them in our basin, and put them away. Now, I don't like this. I don't. Because that basin in a clinical setting is only used by that one person. If you go to the hospital and you get a basin, it's only used on you. Nobody else uses it. So this process is perfectly okay. Your cooties know each other. They're all friends. They're happy. They're fine. That's fine. I have no problems with that. If you have a contagious disease, we're going to disinfect. And the care plan would tell us to disinfect because now your cooties got bigger and badder and we don't want them spreading around. Good? Make sense? But the problem is for the test, that basin isn't just being used on you. It's being used on everybody that's there testing today. I don't like this. I think for the test, we should be disinfecting those basins. But they don't let you do it for the test because when you have an aerosol spray to disinfect, that can aggravate respiratory conditions. And I don't know who's got asthma. So the evaluators are supposed to be disinfecting the basins between use, either with a wipe or a spray or something. We can only hope that they're doing that. Okay. But for the test, we simply rinse, dry, and store. Now you will see this again and again and again and again, because every basin that we use for the test is all cleaned the same way. Good? Questions? All right. So now that we know all of those principles, right, for this skill, we can check off everything that is a principle and we end up with this. So there's very few things left to learn. Anything with green is going to be covered with air opening. Anything with yellow is going to be covered with glove rules. Anything with blue is going to be covered with washing rules. Pink is basin cleaning. Gray is linen rules. Red is closing. So when you put all those principles that we've learned together, you've got 3/4 of this thing checked off. All we have to do is learn a few small steps to be able to apply these things to this skill. You guys see that? So not much to learn now. We just have to apply all this. So let's do that. And then I'll show you this video and we'll take a break. All right, so now let's look at our skill-specific steps. So first, we're always going to follow the care plan. Then we're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? They're going to say yes. Thank you. I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, and get my supplies. Now that I have clean hands, I'll figure out if I need gloves or not. That's part of doing the opening. I want to look at her hands, right? If I don't see any incisions, any wounds, any rashes, anything like that, I don't need gloves. If I see that she's got a huge cat scratch on her hand, I'm probably going to put on a pair of gloves. But I'm going to decide whether I need gloves. And then I'm going to go get the rest of my supplies. We always start with a barrier. Then we get the supplies that we need for this skill. I'm going to need a towel, 2 washcloths, a basin, soap, lotion, orange stick, and emery board. Okay, so I'm going to get my supplies. I'm not going to hold anything up next to my uniform. And then I'm going to go get my water. I'll check it. It should feel warm. And who else has to check it? The patient. Then I'm going to have her soak her hand in the basin. I'm going to take it out and put it on the towel next to the basin. And I'm going to wring my washcloth out. No drippy, wet washcloths. Let me go back. Wring the washcloth out, put soap on the washcloth, and wash the hand. I'll put it back in the basin to rinse, take it out, and dry the hand. Don't get too deep in the weeds here, guys. This is all you're doing. You're washing the hand, rinsing the hand, drying the hand. They aren't looking any closer. Where do they want to be? At home. If you take the washcloth and you're doing this, you think you're being detail-oriented. What you're being is annoying. Okay. Wash the hand, rinse the hand, dry the hand. Move along. Good? Make sense? You aren't going to have time to stretch these skills out when you start working. You need to get speedy with this. Okay? All right, so once we wash the hand, rinse the hand, and dried the hand, anytime the hand is out of the basin, it should be on a towel, a soft surface. Remember, they don't have a lot of fat there, no padding. Once you've done that, we're going to clean under the nails with an orange stick. This is an orange stick. Jake, can you zoom? Ah, there we are. This is an orange stick. This end is slanted. This end is pointed. We use the slanted edge to clean under the nails. So we use it like a scoop. We're going to insert it under the edge of the nail, circle it around. But now I've got ick on this stick. So I want to wipe off the ick before I go to the next nail. So I'll circle it around, wipe, put it under, circle it around, wipe, put it under, circle it around, wipe, put it under, circle it around, and wipe. Good. We do not use the pointed end. Then we're going to file the rough edges with an emery board. When we file the rough edges, I forget to advance. When we file the rough edges, we only want to go in one direction toward the center. Now, those of you that are young, you don't do this. You take this nail file and you go really fast, back and forth across the edge of the nail. We don't do that. We go in one direction toward the center, like this. That's because when you go back and forth really fast, this puts what we call longitudinal stress on the nail bed. It pushes the nail and pulls the nail, pushes and pulls and pushes and pulls. As we age, one of the other changes is our nails get very brittle. When you push and pull the nail, it can crack right up the middle and fall off. Very painful. So when we file nails, we file one direction toward the center and then along the center just to knock off that point. You don't want a point that can scratch skin. Good? Questions? I'm going to pass these around so you guys can see. Okay. All right. When we're lifting the hand out of the basin and putting it back in, you want to support that arm at all times. Don't just grab it and move it like a crane. We'll put lotion on last. So after we've dried, clean under the nails, file the rough edges, we're going to warm up our lotion, apply it to the skin, and then wipe off the excess. Make sure you warm that lotion up first, please. At the end, we'll take all of our towels and washcloths and put them in dirty linen because you don't want to leave a dirty environment. You're going to pick up your barrier and throw it away. You're going to clean your basin by emptying it into the sink, rinsing it, drying it, and storing it. And just make sure everything is nice and neat at the end of the skill. And then we'll do our closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Your environment's clean. Bed is in the low position. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Clean my hands. This is not a documentation skill, so we're not going to document anything. I'll go back and read that care plan one more time just to make sure. And then I will tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right. Remember, this care plan is just for this patient, not this one, not this one. These are different patients, different needs, different care plans. They might say the same thing, but they may not. I don't care. Not my job. My job is to know what this person's care plan says and do that on this person. So if this patient has a wound on their hand, that care plan is going to be something different. If this patient has an infectious disease, that care plan is going to say something different. If this patient has two hands, that care plan will probably say something different. Good? Make sense? All right. Jake, can you please display the video for hand and nail care? And then after hand and nail care, oh, because it you're oh.
I already reset the settings.
Because it reset.
Nope, not working. We need to try to re-add it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take our break. Take that all the way out. The feed itself.
Hold on, let me try this again. Am I removing you from it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's why I have the master feed coming from yours. You know, the HP.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. I need to perform hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Now that I have clean hands, I can get my clean supplies. We're going to place a barrier on the table with the absorbent side facing up. This gives us a clean area for our clean supplies. And for this skill, I need a towel and 2 washcloths. We'll bring this over to the patient area. From our bedside cabinet, we'll get a basin, soap, and lotion, and an orange stick and emery board. We'll set these items on the overbed table. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm going to go get some water in the basin. I'm going to use a paper towel to turn the water on. Check the water temperature with the inside of my wrist. It should feel warm, not hot or cold, just warm. And we'll fill the basin about 1/4 of the way full. And then throw the paper towel away. Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature? Is it comfortable?
Yes.
Can you submerge your left hand in the basin, please? Thank you. I'm going to put the washcloths in here. And we're going to rinse your hand using the first washcloth. And now I'm going to place your hand over here on the towel. I'm going to take the washcloth, wring it out really well, and apply soap. Now I'm going to wash all surfaces of the hand. The thumb, each finger, in between each finger, we'll clean the palm of the hand as well. And the webbing between the thumb and the index finger. I'll set that aside. Mr. Jones, we're going to put the hand back in the basin to rinse. And using the washcloth, we'll just squeeze water over the hand to rinse. I'm going to turn your hand over, and we'll rinse the palm as well. Okay. I'm going to lift your hand up and place it on this towel, and we'll dry your hand using the towel. We want to dry all surfaces. We'll go ahead and turn your hand over. Make sure that all surfaces are dry. And now we're going to clean your nails with our orange stick. We're going to use the beveled end of the orange stick. We're going to clean under each nail, circling it around and wiping it off on the towel in between each nail. So we'll clean under the nail and wipe. I'm going to repeat on all nails. And now that the nails are clean, we're going to use the emery board and file the rough edges. We always file in one direction toward the center. I'm going to repeat on all nails just to make sure that the nail edges are smooth and free of any rough edges that might accidentally harm the patient's skin. Once the nails have been filed, we'll get some lotion. And we're going to warm the lotion up in our hands before we apply it to the patient's skin. So I'll rub my hands together to warm that lotion, apply it to all surfaces, making sure to coat all of the skin surfaces. And then we'll take that towel and wipe off the excess lotion. That way it's not a slipping hazard if there's any lotion left on the surface of the skin. Now I'm going to take your linens and place them in dirty linen. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And I'm going to go clean your basin. I'll be right back. I'll bring the basin of water to the sink, dispose of the water into the sink, and rinse the basin. We'll dispose of the rinse water into the sink as well. I'll set the basin down, disinfect it per facility policy, and then use a paper towel to pick it up. I'll dry the inside with a clean paper towel. Throw that paper towel away. Dry the outside with a clean paper towel and throw that paper towel away, and then get one for the drawer. On the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion with the paper towel, place them in the basin, and use the paper towel to open the drawer. We'll slide this basin, soap, and lotion in the drawer and close it with the paper towel. Now we can dispose of our disposables. So the emery board and the orange stick will go in the garbage along with the barrier. So we're just going to put these directly in the garbage can. Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes.
Is there anything else I can get for you?
No, thank you.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. I'm just going to move this table out of your way. Here's your call light, Mr. Jones. If you need anything at all, please press the button and let us know. We'll be happy to come help. I'm going to go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the care plan, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. Let me see, where were we? Let me go back here. I got to find out where we were. All right. So we have a couple comments here. Dodo says, thank you so much for your help. I passed my skills last week. So congratulations to you. And good morning, Melissa. Michelle says, I'm scheduled to take the exam on Monday. What is the best method to pass the written exam? How can I successfully pass the written exam? So, Michelle, two things. Number one, watch our game show tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel and download the ebook. You should probably also watch a lot of these replays of the classroom program to understand all of the principles that you need to know. And Guillermo says, I'm starting this class soon in California. I'm nervous, but I'm preparing myself in advance. Your videos have been very useful. Oh, well, thank you for including us on your journey. We wish you the best of luck. All right. So any questions on hand and nail care? Any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to making an occupied bed now. This is on page 141 of your book. If you're looking down the side with all of the principles, they're all spelled out for us here. We already know skill rules. We know the opening. We know how to evaluate if we need gloves. We know how to use a barrier and a privacy blanket. We know all of the linen rules that we have learned so far, and we know the closing. So we need to finish up linen rules, and we have one more principle to learn to understand how to do this particular skill. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to make an occupied bed in 14 minutes or less. That's kind of important. It is easy to make a bed with nobody in it. You take the sheets off and you put the sheets on. I mean, that's pretty much a no-brainer. We all know how to do that. It is a little more complex to make a bed with somebody in it. And it takes, bless you, a little bit longer to make a bed when somebody is in it. It can take you up to 14 minutes. An unoccupied bed, I can change in like 2. It's pretty quick. Occupied bed takes me a little bit more time. So when we're thinking about our workflow, our daily workflow, you are going to have too much to do and not enough time to do it. That's just a fact of medical life. So if the bed is empty, anytime you walk by an empty bed, you should automatically think, do those sheets need to be changed? Because you can change an unoccupied bed in like a quarter of the time that it takes to change an occupied one. So if the patient's in the shower room being showered, it's a great time to change sheets. If the patient's in x-ray, having an x-ray done, that's a great time to change sheets. If the patient's having a procedure done, it's a great time to change the sheets. So we only change an occupied bed when we absolutely have no other options, and we have to know how to do it. Good? Make sense? All right. So page 142 has our step-by-step instructions, has our supplies at the bottom. You need to learn your supplies. Care plan will be up at the top. This is our care plan. Care plan says change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can roll and move as directed, but is unable to get out of bed. So we can ask them to roll over. We can ask them to lift their hips. We can ask them to do whatever they need to do as long as we don't ask them to get out of bed. Okay, that's this skill. It says that we're not using a bedspread or a draw sheet or an underpad or any blanket or anything else like that. It's just top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase. They're making this super easy on us. Good? Good. All right. So we have 2 more principles in linen rules that we have not covered yet, and they relate directly to this skill, as well as a few others we're going to cover later on, but specifically to this skill. So one of the principles here is clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. So anytime we're going to put anything under the patient or take anything out from under the patient, we use this principle. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And what that means is that in order to put something clean underneath the patient, right, if they're staying in bed, if we roll it toward us before we put it under the patient, when we go around to the other side, we can just unroll it, and it makes it easier to put the item under the patient. Dirty rolls away from me is how we take things out from under a patient. But let me show you why this is important. I'm going to get 2 washcloths here to show you this. So let's say that okay. So let's say that this is my bed. Can we see here? Okay, this is my bed. This is my bottom sheet on the bed. This is my patient. Good? All right, if this sheet is dirty and I want to change it out, I'm going to roll this dirty sheet toward the patient. And what that does, I don't know if you can see it here, but what that does is the dirty side that the patient is laying on, the side that's an actual contact to the patient, right, is being rolled in. So the only part that I'm touching here is the underside of the sheet. When I roll it toward the patient, it's the underside of the sheet that's facing me. Good? So I'm going to roll it and then tuck that underneath, bless you, underneath the patient. So my patient, the underside of the sheet, soiled side. Now I take that new sheet, and to put this on the bed, I'm going to roll the clean one toward me. So clean rolls toward me if I'm standing here, dirty rolls away. That way, when I tuck this underneath that, it's the undersides of the sheets that are touching. Good. Now I'm going to have the patient roll back onto their back. I'm going to go around to the other side of the bed, have them roll away from me, and I'm going to remove that dirty sheet and smooth out that clean one. And then have the patient go back to the middle of the bed. Okay. Now, I don't want you to get all tied up in infection control here, because you know who's still in the bed? Yeah, the one that made the sheets dirty to begin with. This is not a sterile procedure, guys. We're just changing the sheets. So the pillowcase can stay on the bed, or the pillow can stay on the bed as we're changing it. It's okay if a dirty pillowcase touches the clean sheet, because the patient is touching the clean sheet. This isn't a sterile process. We're just changing the sheets. We're trying to make the best of a situation. In a perfect world, you would change the sheets while you're bathing the patient. So now we got a clean patient in a clean bed with clean sheets and everybody's happy. But it doesn't always work that way. So we have to have a way of changing the sheets. Anybody ever have a fever? When your fever breaks, what does it make you do? Sweat. So when we have a patient on wet sheets because their fever broke and they're sweating, we want to get those sheets changed. Okay, make sense? Good. Like I said, if you have the option to change a bed with nobody in it, take that option. All right. So clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Now, the other principle that we need to learn is specific to this skill specifically. Nothing touches the floor, not clean, not dirty. And the reason that this applies to this skill is because of you. When you take your dirty sheets off of your bed at home, what do you do with them? Where do you throw them? They go directly in the hamper, or do they go on the floor first? A lot of times they go on the floor. You take that sheet off of the bed, you throw it on the floor, you take the bottom sheet off the bed, you put that in the pile, you put the new bed, sheets on, and then you pick up that pile and take it to the washer or the hamper. That in our mind is perfectly okay. You won't see any problem with doing that for the state exam, except that we have a rule that we can't. You cannot put anything on the floor. Dirty linens cannot go on the floor. Clean linens cannot touch the floor. Nothing touches the floor except the patient's feet. Good? Makes sense? We're going to talk about slipper socks a little bit further on in the program, but the whole point here is that we don't want that floor any dirtier than it already is. Your patient's going to walk on it. Good? Makes sense? So nothing touches the floor, not clean, not dirty, nothing touches the floor. So that rounded out our dirty linens. So if sheets can't touch the floor, what do we do with them? Because in most clinical settings, we don't have a dirty linen hamper right in the room. We don't like dirty things to stay in our patients' rooms. In fact, we probably have a whole room on the unit devoted to dirty things called soiled utility. And that's where all of our dirty things go. Now, in some settings, you'll have a hamper that looks like this in the hallway, but you're not going to take a sheet off the bed and walk all the way to the hallway to put it in the hamper. Can't put it on the floor. What do we do with it? Well, you can put a chucks on the floor as a barrier and put your linens on the chucks. That's okay. You can do that. No problem. You can also go get a bag. Now, this is usually kept in soiled utility. Go get the bag, unfolded. It looks like a trash bag, except it's light blue and it's actually stamped soiled linen. You guys know what Tide Pods are? Okay, these things have been around for like 30, 40 years. These were the original Tide Pods. This bag, the whole thing, actually has the soap integrated into the plastic. Plastic is water soluble. So when you put the linens in this bag and you tie it up, that whole thing is going in the washer. The whole thing, the bag, everything in it, the whole thing just gets shoved into the washer. The bag melts, it releases the soap, and the linens get cleaned. The problem is whatever's in that bag is also going in the washer. So if hearing aids get wrapped up in those sheets, they're going in the washer. If the patient's dentures get wrapped up in the sheets, they're going in the washer. Cell phone chargers, earrings, all kinds of stuff. Dentures go through the washer and the dryer. But these are commercial grade washers and dryers. They're not gentle. There is no gentle cycle here. And the water is usually super, super hot, specifically to help kill those pathogens. So you think that hearing aids and dentures and other things are going to survive that journey? We don't want to be destroying our patient's personal property because your facility is going to have to reimburse the patient for it. And that's a lot of expense. Dentures, roughly $5,000 for upper and lower dentures. Hearing aids, $3,000 to $5,000. We want to be really careful with this. So when you're taking sheets off the bed, please make sure you're looking for any foreign objects. That could be a written test question. Okay. Good. Most units have a room, something like this, that is soiled utility. It's going to have something that looks like a toilet, but it's actually not a round toilet like what we are used to for toilets. They're actually square toilets, and they don't have a seat on them. They look really weird. And when you go into here, what is that? That it kind of looks like a toilet, but not really. What is that? It's called a hopper. A hopper is used to remove solid waste or feces from sheets before we put them into dirty linen or clothing in some cases. But you don't want solid waste going into the washing machine. So it is kind of operates like a toilet. You use the handle and water comes out, and you just kind of go up and down with the items to rinse out that solid waste, and then it goes right down just like a toilet. Okay, so you will see that in a soiled utility room. With linens, you use it or you lose it. We've already learned this. You don't keep things in the room for later use. So if you take too many of something, make sure that you put it into dirty linen or use it while you've got it in there. Okay. All right. So now we know most of the principles for this particular skill. The only thing left to learn is scoot and roll. So after today, we covered a lot of information today. After today, there's only one principle left to learn. That's it. And you will now have all the steps you need to build a skill with, any skill. Good? All right, so let's learn scoot and roll. You are not going to have side rails in every setting. In fact, side rails are considered a restraint. They're a way of keeping an adult confined in a place that the adult may not want to be. That's called false imprisonment. That's a restraint. And we don't have the right to restrain another adult. In fact, the only people that do are police officers, and that's temporary, judges, and doctors. So a judge can sentence you to jail. A police officer can temporarily detain you until you go see a judge. And a doctor can give an order to temporarily restrain you. Was CNA on that list? Was nurse on that list? We do not have the ability or authority to interfere with somebody's freedom of movement. It's called a restraint. So as a nurse, I can't implement restraints. I have to call up the doctor and say, hey, I think this patient needs to be restrained, and I have to get an order. But if I do get that order, that doctor has to physically come in and eyeball this patient within 4 hours of giving me that order. So this is very serious. This is something that the law does not take lightly. And unfortunately, healthcare workers do. Healthcare workers think, oh, I'll just restrain the patient. They're on my nerves. They're not listening. That patient won't go to bed and stay there. Imagine for a second some random stranger comes into your house at 6 o'clock tonight and tells you to go to bed and stay there. And if you don't, well, I'm going to tie you down. How willing are you to let that happen? Probably not very willing. Well, your patient isn't either. Patients don't have to do what we tell them to do. We're not their parents. They're not children. They're adults. And if that dementia patient wants to wander the hallway at 3 a.m., they have the right to get up and wander the hallway at 3 a.m. just like you do. Just like you do. So we have to understand that patients have rights. And one of their rights, in fact, the number one right, is to be free of restraints. It didn't used to be like this. These laws only came about in the 90s. That's scary, guys. Before 1992, when you went into a healthcare facility, we could do whatever we wanted to you. We didn't have to get your permission to do a surgery. If I thought you needed surgery, you were going to get it. And if you started fighting back, I'd restrain you. I'd tie you down. I would restrict your visitors. Nobody could come in and see you. I had all the power. That's not right. It's not fair. And it shouldn't be done. So laws had to be written, and one of those laws gave the patients rights. So the patient has the right to visitors. The patient has the right to be freedom, or to have freedom from restraints. The patients have rights to be included in decision making. Those are all legal rights that were given to the patients that we cannot trample. So it's important that we understand that we can't use side rails to keep somebody safe in bed. And a lot of healthcare workers think that restraints keep patients safe, and they don't. They don't. So I'm not really concerned that this patient's going to roll out of bed. That's not what a restraint is for. A restraint is to keep them from getting out of bed because it's inconvenient for me. I'm not concerned. How many of you guys sleep in a bed? At what age did you start sleeping in a bed? Pretty young, somewhere around 2 probably in most cases. So before that, you were in a crib. Now, the reason we wanted you in a crib is for safety, right? We don't want you rolling or falling or whatever. So we put you in a crib. But at some point, somewhere around a year old, you learn how to do something magical. You learn how to crawl out of your crib. Now, that thing that was supposed to keep you safe actually became very dangerous, because when you crawled out of a crib, you had to go up, and when you fell, you didn't fall from down low, you fell from up high, and that increased the likelihood of injury. So we took you out of a crib then, and we put you in a little toddler bed, and that toddler bed was really close to the floor, and if mom liked you, she probably patted the floor, because you're going to roll out a little bit while you're learning. This is the time that we learn spatial awareness. Spatial awareness is being aware of where your body is in relationship to the space that you have to use. This is how you learn how to sleep in a bed. First couple months, you fall out of bed. It's normal, right? But you're young, you bounce, and you got something soft to land on. Not a big deal. You're only falling from this far. It's okay. But your body learns. It learns how to stay in a bed even when you're asleep. That little part of your brain that's responsible for spatial awareness is always on. It never goes to sleep outside of medications and alcohol. This is why you can start out the night on a bar stool just fine, but after a few drinks, that bar stool gets a little trickier. Okay? Because alcohol affects spatial awareness. Have you ever gotten a medication that had that red sticker? It says may cause drowsiness. Please do not operate machinery, heavy machinery. Yeah, that's because that medication affects spatial awareness. Outside of medications and certain medications and alcohol, that part of the brain always on, even when you're dead to the world. So if you lay down in bed, you go to sleep, you toss and turn all night long, but you don't fall out of bed. It's not because you're familiar with that bed. It's not because the bed is big. That has nothing to do with it. You've probably napped on the couch and been just fine. You've probably slept in a hotel bed or stayed over at a friend's house and been just fine. I'm not concerned that patient's going to fall out of that bed. That's not why side rails are used. Side rails are used to keep the patient in bed when they want to get out. That makes them a restraint. Now, some healthcare workers will say, I don't want that patient walking around on their own. They're a fall risk. So you're telling me that they're weak. Yes, I'm telling you they're weak. I don't want them wandering. They're likely to fall. Okay, so if you put side rails up, how does that make them stronger? Did you improve their situation? So you're not concerned that they're weak. You did nothing to improve their situation. What you did was improved yours. Side rails do not keep people safe. They do not improve a situation. In fact, side rails make it more dangerous for patients. Side rails keep a baby confined. They do the same thing on a bed with an adult. They keep an adult confined. And what they do is they provide a barrier that has to be overcome. So if the patient does get out of bed, they have to get out of bed from a higher height, which increases the likelihood of falls and more serious injuries with falls. So we don't need side rails to keep our patients safe. As long as your patient is in the middle of the bed at all times, they are safe, period. This is what happens with side rails. When you put side rails up on a patient's bed and they decide to get up, they have to go over them, under them, around them, or through them, which means that they are at risk for an injury. Now, you can tell your patient all day long, don't get up out of that bed. Don't get up out of that bed. But when they have to pee and they hit that call light and you don't come, they are forced with two decisions. They can either pee themselves or they can try to get up and make it to the bathroom. Do you know which one of those they're going to choose? They're going to the bathroom. They're not going to pee themselves for you. That is not going to happen. Not on this planet or any other. If that patient has any level of ability, they will try to get up out of that bed. And because you've put an obstacle in their way, they're much more likely to get injured. In fact, side rails kill about 200 people a year. And this is how it happens right here. If you get an order for restraints, that patient has to be checked on every 15 minutes around the clock. And any needs that they have to be attended to immediately. If they say they have to go to the bathroom, you don't wait. You get them up to the bathroom. I don't care what else you have going on, because that patient isn't going to wait. And with side rails up, they are now much more likely to be injured. Do you guys see that? Does this make sense? All right. So remember that side rails don't keep a patient safe. I'm not worried about the patient falling out of bed. What I'm worried about is their weakness or their limited mobility. And that's something that I have to work on, not the patient. Okay, good. Makes sense? Now, there is a difference between side rails and half rails, and I do want to cover that. So a side rail is something that goes along the entire length of the bed, right? It keeps the patient from getting up. This is not a side rail. If I put this side up, it now becomes a side rail, but this is not a side rail. This is a positioning rail. This does not affect your patient's ability to get out of bed. Their legs can swing around and they can get up. This just helps with upper body mobility. This is okay. You put this one up and it becomes a side rail. Now, in most clinical settings, you will not have they won't even be on the bed. In Florida, we have very, very strict rules about the use of side rails. They aren't even on the bed in most settings. If I get an order as a nurse for side rails, I have to call maintenance to come put them on the bed. That's how serious we are about this. Now, the reason for that was a lawsuit that happened about 15 years ago here in Florida. There was a night shift, the whole shift in the facility. This was a long-term care facility. They dosed every single one of their patients with Benadryl about 7 o'clock at night, put them all to bed, put all of the side rails up, and they had a super easy shift. They were playing cards in the break room, not seeing to the patient's needs. And this happened over and over and over again until a whistleblower. Yep. They were drugging their patients, putting it in the beds with side rails. They had several falls because your patient is now confused and weak and dizzy trying to get out of bed over side rails, and falls kept happening. And a whistleblower finally came forward. So we have rules and we have laws about this. Do you see how unethical some healthcare workers can be? This is why I have to have these conversations with you, because if I don't bring this to your attention, I don't know which one of you might have that in the back of your mind. So I'm going to tell you, don't do that. Okay? Good? That's horrible. That is horrible. Your patients are paying to be there, like $9,000 a month. That's how much a nursing home costs, guys. And the patients have to pay that out of their pocket. The government does not cover that. If you have any assets, you are paying that out of your pocket. That means that you had to sell your house and your car to be able to afford to go into a nursing home. And that nursing home is just going to drain that bank account month after month after month after month. And we're tying you up while we're doing that? I mean, talk about, that's just criminal. Horrible. All right. So half rails in a long-term care setting, they're bars like this. In a hospital or acute care setting, they'll be more like this. But anything that just is on the top half of the bed is not a side rail. All right. As long as your patient's in the middle of the bed, what we call the safe zone, as long as they're in the middle of the bed, they're not at risk, just like you sleeping in your bed at home. You know how to turn over in bed and stay in bed, and your patient does too. We're going to use that method when we're helping somebody turn that can't turn on their own, though. So when you turn over in bed, you probably don't just roll over to the other side. You actually shift your bottom. So when you turn over in bed, if you roll, you're near the edge. Your body knows that's not safe. So what happens is you shift your bottom so you end up in the same place facing a different direction and on your side. That's how we turn over. But we're going to do the same thing with a patient when we're doing the work. You do it all in one. You shift and roll at the same time. What we're going to do is 2 steps. We scoot the patient toward us, and then we turn them on their side so that after the roll, where are they at? In the middle of the bed, which is exactly where they should be. Good? You don't need side rails to keep your patients safe. You just need to scoot them towards you before you turn them. Good? Always turn a patient facing away from you. Do not turn a patient toward you. There's 2 reasons for this. One is weight distribution. Most of our weight is along the back of our head, our shoulders, our backside, right? So gravity always pulls a patient back onto their back, always. If you've turned a patient towards you, gravity's trying to pull them in the opposite direction. And if gravity wins, your patient's going to fall away from you and you have no control over that. If you turn a patient away from you, you are now on the same side as weight distribution. So you have better control over how your patient is positioned. The other reason that you never turn a patient towards you, you do not want them to be eye level with your crotch. It's just that simple. All right, so that's scoot and roll. You're not going to have side rolls in all settings. You're going to have the patient scoot towards you and roll away. Remain behind the patient's behind, and the patient must be in the middle of the bed at all times. Good? All right, so now let's look at the skill-specific steps. Now that we know all of the principles involved in this skill, let's look at the skill-specific steps. Then we can move them in segments. So move their head and shoulders, their upper torso, their hips, their legs. So move them in segments. Your care plan might tell you to use a draw sheet, which is a long sheet underneath the patient. You use as a sling to pull them towards you. There's also slide sheets and some other tools that we can use based on the care plan. Okay, for the test though, they can move. All right, let's talk a little bit about the bed. We're getting more of these in like mainstream, like you guys can buy beds now that the head of the bed goes up and the foot of the bed goes up. Have you guys seen the advertisements for these? I love this. I can't wait to buy one. Right? They're just comfortable, right? You can put the head of the bed up and read in bed. Okay. So we're getting more familiar with this. It used to be just in healthcare settings, but we're getting more familiar with this mainstream. So the head of the bed can go up, the foot of the bed can go up. At the beginning of the skill, depending on the skill, you may have to put the head of the bed up. Like mouth care, we don't want to brush somebody's teeth if they're laying down. So the head of the bed would have to go up. There is no skill that requires the foot of the bed to go up. Okay. But some skills, we might have to put the head of the bed up. At the end of the skill, when we're all done, it's whatever the patient wants. Maybe they want to sit up and read. Maybe they want to lay down and nap. I don't know. I don't know what they want. Ask them. You want the head of the bed adjusted? Okay, good. So some skills require the head of the bed up for safety. No skills require the foot of the bed up. But at the end of the skill, either one of those can be adjusted for comfort. Good? Now, this is different. This is different. The beds for hospitals, we don't do this in a home setting, right? We can do these with the new beds at home. We don't do these at home. In a home care setting, the bed is stationary. It's at one level and that's it. But in a clinical setting, because other people are working on the patient, we want to be able to get that bed to a comfortable working position. So the whole bed can come up to a comfortable working position. But here's the problem. This is why we don't do this in a home setting. When you go to bed at night and you swing your legs into that bed and you go to sleep, when you wake up in the morning, you're groggy. You're not fully awake yet. There's been no coffee. You swing your legs out. You expect that floor to be right where you left it. It has never moved a day in your life. You've never swung your legs out of the bed and, oops, the floor's not there. It's always right where you left it. The problem is when we raise this bed up, what we did is move the floor. If that patient tries to get out of that bed, is that floor right where they left it? And they're not expecting it because that's never happened in their life. It's not something they would consider. So when this person tries to get out of bed and that floor isn't there, they're going to put their feet down on it just like it is there. And what's going to happen? They're going to fall. Right. Side rails don't keep patients safe. Okay. And it's not the rolling that we're concerned about. It's this. When people put their feet out of bed, patients don't roll out of bed. That's not the problem. People think side rails keep patients safe from rolling out of bed. That's not our problem. The problem is people bring their legs out and the floor isn't where they left it. That's how people fall out of bed. And side rails don't do anything to help that. Okay? Does that make sense? We aren't concerned about patients rolling. It's this. So when you put a bed up to make it comfortable for you to do your skill, you have to lower it at the end of the bed and put the floor back where you found it. That's what you're being graded on there. Good? Make sense? A little different way of thinking about it. It's not the rolling that's the problem. It's the floor that's the problem. All right. So we're going to scoot our patient toward us, roll them away from us, and now we have an area of the bed, about half of the bed to work on that we can change that bottom sheet. So we're going to remember clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Got it? Okay. So if I take that dirty sheet and I roll it away from me and tuck it up underneath that patient, I now have a bare mattress. I don't want my patient laying on the bare mattress. So I'm going to take the dirty sheet, roll it, tuck it under the patient, and I've got to put that clean sheet on before I turn the patient back onto their side. So dirty rolls toward the patient, gets tucked under, clean gets put on the mattress, rolled toward me and tucked under the dirty. Now I can bring my patient back onto their back. Don't let them lay on the bare mattress. So this shows you how the sheet should look. The dirty rolled toward the patient, the clean rolled towards you, clean tucks under dirty. Good? All right. Once you've gone around to the other side, repeated the process, took that dirty sheet off, got the clean sheet on, you want to make sure that all four corners are secured of that fitted sheet. Thankfully, we can all be thankful for this. They use fitted sheets. Used to be, they used flat sheets for everything, and you had to tie and tuck, and that just was a nightmare. We don't do that anymore. We actually use fitted sheets. So, but it's up to you to make sure that all the corners are actually on the mattress. Thank God they made that change. When I went to nursing school, that's all we used were flat sheets. And there was a specific way that you had to tuck and fold, and it was a nightmare. So you guys, you're lucky. You get fitted sheets. Just put the sheets over the corners of the mattress. Okay. Try to minimize wrinkles. Wrinkles contribute to bed sores. We'll talk about that next class. And we're going to put the top sheet on and make some hospital corners. They don't grade on how pretty this is. Just remember, corners have to be underneath the mattress. Nothing touches the floor. We talked about nothing touches the floor. They don't care about how pretty this is, but I'm going to show you how to make hospital corners. Once you get the hospital corners made, right, the corners tucked underneath the mattress, you want to loosen the sheet over the toes, because when you make good hospital corners, it's going to push the toes down like this, right, because that's kind of tight. You want to loosen that sheet up a little bit, give those toes some wiggle room. And then we'll replace the pillowcase. The opening of the pillowcase should face away from the door. Not a testing checkpoint anymore. But if you're working with an old nurse, they'll tell you that. The opening of the pillowcase should face away from the door. So this is our door here. See how that pillowcase is facing the door? A lot of people walking out there, a lot of germs. Every time that door opens, it allows the germs to come in. If I've got a pillowcase opening here, those germs could go into the pillow. And inside that pillowcase is warm, dark, and moist because your patient drools. So what's breeding on that pillow now? All kinds of outside pathogens. So it's an old nurse thing. The opening of the pillowcase, when you put it on the bed, should face away from the door. Good? Not a tested checkpoint anymore. Limit the amount of time that the patient's without their pillow. Don't take the pillow away, change the sheets, and then put the pillow back. Let them keep their pillow, change the bottom sheet, the top sheet, and then take the pillow away, change the pillowcase, and put it back. Remember, this care plan is only for this patient, not this one, not this one. All care plans may say something a little bit different, but this is the one we're going to focus on for the test. Questions? Questions? All right, Jake, can you show make an occupied bed?
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I'd like to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. After washing my hands, I'll get the supplies I need for this skill. So we're going to start with a barrier, putting it on the overbed table. This gives us a clean place to put our clean supplies. And then to make a bed, we're going to need a pillowcase, a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a privacy blanket. We're going to start with the bottom sheet. So I'm going to place a privacy blanket over you. This is going to help keep you warm and provide some privacy as we do this skill. So I'll spread this out, being careful not to shake it or snap it, and lay it in place. I'm going to pull your top sheet all the way down, and we'll remove it from the bed, wrapping it in a ball so that the trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. We're going to lay this on an unused part of the barrier on the table. Mr. Jones, can you scoot your whole body toward me? And then I'm going to ask you to roll to that side so you're in the middle of the bed. Thank you. We're going to remove the sheet from the top and the bottom of the bed, and we'll roll this toward the patient. Dirty always rolls toward the patient. And we're going to tuck this in under the patient's body, all along the length of their body. Now we'll take the clean sheet, unfold it, and spread it out on the mattress, being careful not to shake it or snap it or let it touch the floor. We'll secure the corners. And then we'll take the clean sheet and roll it toward us to minimize wrinkles. And then we're going to lift the bottom sheet and tuck this clean sheet underneath the bottom sheet, all along the length of the body. So we'll roll it toward us. And then tuck it underneath the soiled sheet. You want to minimize the wrinkles that are under the patient. All right, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back and scoot to the middle? You'll feel a big roll. Okay, I'm going to go to the other side of the bed now. Can you scoot toward me, please? And then roll on your side so you're facing that direction. Thank you. We're going to remove the bottom sheet from the bed, rolling it in a ball. And then we'll place this with our other soiled items on the overbed table. We'll stretch out the clean sheet. Attach the corners. Minimizing the wrinkles underneath the patient. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back and scoot to the middle, please? Okay. Now we'll put the top sheet on. We want to open this up and spread it out, being careful not to snap it or shake it. We'll lay this over the patient. Making sure that there's an equal amount of sheet on each side of the bed. And then we're going to tuck the sheet under the mattress. So we'll lift the mattress and pull the sheet so that it's flat under the mattress. We're going to come down about 1 foot from the end of the bed, pick it straight up. You'll see a triangle here, and tuck in the bottom. We're going to lift the mattress from below, tuck the sheet so that it's flat under the mattress. Come down about 1 foot from the end of the bed, pick the top flap straight up. You'll see a triangle. Tuck everything else in. We're going to loosen this over the toes. And now I can remove your privacy blanket. I'm going to roll this into a ball and place it with our other dirty items. Mr. Jones, can I take your pillow? I'll bring it right back. We'll remove the pillowcase by holding the pillow and sliding the pillowcase down. We're going to place this with our other soiled items and put the pillow on the table. We'll take the pillowcase, scrunch it all the way up to the corners, and the tag side of the pillow will go into the pillowcase. So we'll stand it up, slide the pillowcase over the pillow, hold the whole pillow and pillowcase, and slide the sides down. The opening of the pillowcase is going to face away from the door. Mr. Jones, can you lift your head up for me? Thank you very much. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Let me dispose of my supplies, and I'll be right back. These are going to go into dirty linen. And then we'll dispose of our barrier. We'll place our table back and make sure our environment is clean. All right, Mr. Jones, is there anything else I can help you with?
No, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right here. If you need anything, just press that red button. We'll be happy to help you.
Thank you.
Bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. I'm going to go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the care plan, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
All right. So we're going to skip the range of motion for today. Those are 3-minute skills. I'll show them to you a little bit later. They're super easy to do. Read the care plan, follow the recipe. That's it. That's all you really have to know. We'll do that later because I need to get into blood pressure with you. Blood pressure is going to take us a little bit of time to learn. Okay. Let's go here. All right. So if you go to page 56.
You have one? Okay, fantastic. So we just need one more over there as well? Thank you. You've got one as well?
I'll take one.
Go.
Thank you. All right, so page 56 is going to tell you that blood pressure is not a tested skill on the state exam. You are not going to have to perform blood pressure on the test. Not a manual one, not an automated one. You do not do blood pressure for the state exam, period. But you will need to know how to do this in a clinical setting. And you're going to need the knowledge for the written test because you're not demonstrating blood pressure, but that doesn't mean you don't need to know blood pressure for the written test. So we are going to go over it. You're not going to get a lot of practice time in class today. Jake did hand out classroom blood pressure cuff sets. you'll want to practice starting next week. At the end of next week, we're going to get a little more practice time in. You'll want to practice this then. Okay. Or if you have your own blood pressure kits, practice this on anybody you can get to sit still at home. Okay. Remember, you won't have to perform this for the state exam, but you do need the knowledge. So page 56 is going to tell you this is not a testable skill. It's also going to explain to you what a blood pressure is and how this whole thing works. So there's a graphic here at the top of page 56 that we're going to cover here. So do you guys remember pulse? I told you the heart squeezed and it pushed out a wave of blood, and that wave pushed the one in front of it, and that wave pushed. Remember that? I also told you that when the wave was moving through, it was like the hose with a lot of water, high pressure, and in between waves, lower pressure when we turned the faucet off. You guys remember that? Well, when we counted a pulse, we counted how many waves. Blood pressure is not that. We already have a skill for that. Blood pressure is how much pressure is inside this vessel when the heart is contracting, when the faucet's on. How much pressure is inside this vessel in between waves when the faucet is off. I need to know how much pressure. And we use a very special piece of equipment called a sphygmomanometer. You guys know it as blood pressure cuff. But this is the equipment that we use to make these measurements. So if you've ever heard of blood pressure, somebody will give a big number over a small number. So 120 over 70. The big number, called the systolic pressure, is how much pressure is inside the artery when a wave is moving through. A diastolic or bottom number is how much pressure is inside the artery in between the waves. And it's always said like that, big number over small number. You wouldn't say 120 and 70. It's 120 over 70. Big number over small number. Good? Good. All right. So the systolic is the amount of pressure inside that artery during the wave. The diastolic is how much pressure is inside in between the waves when the heart is at rest. We have names for this, systolic and diastolic. We have normal values as well. So systolic, when the heart is squeezing, when a wave is moving through, our normal values are 100 to 119. This changed about 7 years ago. It used to be 100 to 129. They lowered it about 7 years ago, and it gave like 30 million people high blood pressure overnight because they changed the values. So we need to know the new values. 100 to 119 on the top, or systolic. 60 to 79 on the bottom, or diastolic. These are our normal values. If we get something outside of these ranges, who do we tell? The nurse. Simple. We don't need to know what to do with it. We just tell the nurse. Good? You do need to know those. All right. So how do we get these numbers? Well, we use a piece of equipment called a sphygmomanometer, or a blood pressure gauge, to get these numbers. And in essence, what we're doing here is we're going to inflate the cuff, which puts air in the cuff. We're going to inflate all the way up here to somewhere between 160 and 180. This is where CNAs end. 160 to 180. Do not go way over here. This is not CNA territory. CNA's end 160 to 180. Over here is nursing territory. Remember, CNAs do normal. You guys remember me hearing me say that? CNAs do normal. Normal is a routine task on a stable patient. That is here. Anything over here is not a routine task. This is not a stable patient. This is not your task. Good. Over here hurts. What effect do you think pain has on blood pressure? What do you think pain makes blood pressure do? Yeah, it makes it go up. That's right. So if you inflate to somewhere over here and you get a high blood pressure reading, we have no idea if the patient actually has high blood pressure or if you made it high because you hurt them. Make sense? Okay. So it's important that we understand our stopping point between 160 and 180. So we pump it up. We get our needle all the way up here. And we're going to use a stethoscope in just a minute. I'll show you how to do that. And we're going to listen. And it's going to be quiet. Nothing happening. Total silence. Total silence. Do you guys remember what normal values were? What was our normal top number? 100 to 119. That's right here, guys. You see this little teeny tiny space right here. This right here. If the patient has normal blood pressure, we're not going to hear anything until we get right here. So we've inflated up to here, and we're going to deflate the cuff, and we're going to listen. And it's going to be quiet, 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 quiet. Nothing happening, nothing happening, nothing happening. I'm not hearing a thing. Nothing happening, nothing happening. Thump. Where we hear that first thump, first thump. First means it's quiet before that. First thump. Wherever we hear that first thump, whatever number that needle is pointing to is our top number of our blood pressure. We're going to hear more thumps. Thump, 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 thump. We don't care about those. Thump, thump, thump. They're going to get lighter and thump, 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 thump. We're listening for our last clear thump. The last clear thump before it goes quiet again. Whatever number the needle is pointing to when we hear our last clear thump is the bottom number. And then it's going to be quiet again. Because the last means no more after. Quiet again. So we inflate. It's going to be quiet. We want the first thump. Where's the needle? We want the last clear thump. Where's the needle? And then it'll be quiet again all the way to 0. That's how you take a blood pressure. Sounds pretty easy in theory, right? Inflate, deflate, listen for the first thump and the last clear thump. Now, the problem is that most of you are going to get all mixed up in here. It's going to be quiet and quiet and quiet and quiet and quiet. And your brain is going to go something like, I'm not hearing anything. I must have missed it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to quit listening. The show hasn't started yet. It's like walking out of the movie theater before the trailers even start. Nothing has happened, right? So all you're doing is inflating, deflating, and listening. Tell your brain to shut up because your brain will talk you out of hearing the blood pressure. It gives up. Good? Good? Makes sense? What we're listening for is the first thump and the last clear thump. Now, some of you are going to have problems with the first one. You will. You're my dreamers. If you have a hard time, if your brain goes out and picks daisies, you're going to have a hard time with this because when you inflate and you start to come down and it's quiet, 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 you start thinking, I'm hungry. I wonder what's for lunch. What should I go thump, get, thump, maybe thump, taco, thump, bell, thump. Oh, thumps. Where did it start? I lost it. Right? If your brain is out wandering, you're never going to pick up that first one. Now, some of you won't have any trouble with the first one. You inflate, you deflate, it's quiet, 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 thump, there it is, got it, no problem. You're going to have problems on the bottom thump because you're my dancers. My dancers are my rhythm people, right? If I type out a rhythm here and I give you a rhythm and it's predictable because our heart rate is predictable, right? How many of you guys filled in the next one? If you filled in the next one, you're going to have a hard time on the bottom because you're not going to know, was there a thump or did my brain make a thump? So some of you are going to have problems on the first one, top number. Some of you are going to have problems on the bottom number. And some of you, like me, are going to have problems on both sides because I am a dreamer and a dancer. So this is going to take practice. Do not anticipate that you are going to be good at this today. You're not. It takes about 45 blood pressures to dial this in. Okay, good. Makes sense? Okay. All right. All right, so we need 2 pieces of equipment to make all this magic happen. You need a stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff. So in your kits, go ahead, open it up, and take out your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. If you've got a little pieces parts thing here, just put that right back in your kit. You do not need it. So the first thing we're going to talk about is our stethoscope. This is nothing more than a microphone. That's all this is a microphone. It's a fancy microphone, but it's a microphone. And most microphones that we're going to use to hear this have 2 sides. Not all, but most. They have 2 sides. Some of them look like this. They're 2 tubes, and they have a head on the end that has a big side and a small side. Big side and a small side. Not all of them look like this. Some are single, but if you have one that looks like this, has a big side and a small side, we need to talk about it. So you may have a disc like this, or you may have something that looks more like a cup like this. Doesn't matter. We're not using that side. We are going to use the big side. The big side is a big microphone, and we want a big microphone because we are listening to a wave of blood hit the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. It's not a big sound, guys. We need a big microphone. Okay? So we're going to use the big side. The problem is that because this has 2 sides, I have to tell the stethoscope which side I'm listening to because we don't amplify both sides. We don't want everything out here amplified when we're trying to hear a wave of blood. Only one side is on at a time. So how do you know which side? Well, on your stethoscope, you probably have a little dot near the head of the stethoscope. Do you guys see your little dot? If you don't have a dot, if you have a double tube like this, one side is rounded and the other side is flat. Your flat side is your dot side. Okay, good. Look for a dot. Do you have a dot? No? Okay. So let me show you what to do. Let me show you what to do. Yep, see, you do have a dot right there. Right there.
Okay.
Right there.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yours is a flat side. All right. So we're looking for a dot or a flat side if it's a double tube. So what we want is the large diaphragm, the large side, to be facing the same direction as that dot. So this whole thing, so right now this, right, this looks like this, right? So my small side is facing the flat. What I want to do is this whole head turns. The whole head turns. So we want the large diaphragm to be facing the same direction as our dot. That way we have the right side turned on. Now, the reason that I mention this is because those of you who order your own kit, it's probably not set up like this. When it comes, it'll probably be set up like this. And when you go to listen to a blood pressure, you're not going to hear a thing. And then you'll think it's broken. So you always, and when you put your stethoscope in your kit, in your bag, it'll probably flip over on you. You always, the first thing you want to check is to make sure the large diaphragm is facing that same direction. Okay? Now, this is the part that everybody gets wrong. Ear tips. Everybody puts them in backwards. I don't know why. but we all do. These ear tips have to face, they have to be a little bit pointed. Okay. So some of you, your ear tips are flat. They look like this. They're flat. You know, they're straight. We don't want straight ear tips. These things actually turn. Some of them are pre-done, like yours. Your MDF, yours is pre-done. Don't mess with yours. Yours is going to need to be adjusted. So what we want to do is hold here at the chin strap. Most of the classroom kits are already pretty much adjusted. The hold at the chin strap thing, and then just turn these a little bit forward like this. Okay. So some are pre-adjusted. Some we need to turn, but we want them facing one direction. Okay. So we just hold at the chin strap there and turn them so they're facing forward. Now, when you put these in, there's a right way and a wrong way. And it all has to do with your ear canals. As adults, our ear canals go forward. We want this sound to go forward. So when we put these in, they need to face away from us. They need to face forward. So if you take, some of yours are adjusted a little too much. You're going to have to back them off a little. But when you put these in your ears, you want them facing forward. Okay, forward. Put them in your ears and adjust them so that they fit in your ear canals. And then ever so gently tap your diaphragm. So go ahead and do that. Take your ear tips, face them forward, put them in your ears, and tap your diaphragm. You should hear it very clearly. Good? Good? Yep, turn them that way. Yep, very good. Go ahead and put them in your ears. Yep, just like that. Put them in your ears. Okay, now tap. Got it? Okay, now take them out. Turn the whole thing around. Don't adjust them, just turn the whole thing around and put them in backwards. And tap your diaphragm. Do you see that you're not hearing as well? Okay, turn them back around the right way. Put them back in your ears and try it one more time. Do you see that there is a right way and a wrong way to put your ear tips in? When you are taking a blood pressure, if you cannot hear thumps, it's probably your earpieces. You got them in backwards. I don't know why we all default to putting them in backwards. The way I remember it, if I'm here and my earpieces are facing me, it's about me. Is it ever about me? Who should it be about? So which way should your ear tips face? Toward the patient, because it's always about the patient. That's an easy way to remember it. Okay? Good? Good. All right. So putting the ear tips in the wrong way is the most common error, and it results in an inaccurate reading. All right, so now let's learn about how to use our blood pressure cuff. These are not one size fits all. They are one size fits most. So if we open up our blood pressure cuff, if it's a professional cuff, one end is going to have a white stripe. Okay. Yours is a home cuff, so you're not going to have this, and it's okay to use. Yep, you're fine, but you're not going to have what I'm talking about. So but it's okay. So you see this white stripe? This white stripe? This stripe is my measuring guide. It tells me whether this cuff is going to work for the patient that I have in mind. Remember, it's one size fits most, not all. So if I am concerned that this cuff is too big for my patient or too small, I'm going to put this white stripe underneath the arm about an inch above the elbow like this. And I'm going to wrap that cuff around the back of the arm. If I can't see either corner, it's too small for my patient. If it wraps more than halfway around the arm, it's too big for my patient. I need to go find a different cuff. Using the wrong size cuff will give you an inaccurate reading. So cuffs have a built-in measuring guide. Okay. So now we need to learn how to read the dial. This is the sphygmomanometer. Remember, we're going to inflate up here to between 160 and 180 and deflate. And along the way, we're going to listen for our first thump and our last clear thump. And wherever that needle is pointing is going to give us our number. Well, the gauge itself is only marked in 20s. So we got to learn how to read all these little marks. So if we have 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, the big marks in between are your 10s. So if this is 40 and this is 60, what would that one be? 50, right? So 40, 50, not marked, but we know what it is. 60, 70, not marked, but we know what it is. 80, 90, not marked, but we know what it is. Okay? Then the little teeny tiny marks are 2s. So if this is 140, that's 142, 144, 146, 148, and the big one is 150. Notice there are no 1s on here. You cannot point to a line for 147. One does not exist. So when you're reporting manual blood pressures, it is best to keep to even numbers. Otherwise, we know you're guessing. If you give me an odd number, you are guessing. Humans are not precise enough. Remember, we are working that bulb, right, to put air in and take air out. We are watching this needle go down. Our ears are listening for a thump sound. That needle is still moving. It never stops, never stops, never stops, still moving the whole time. We hear a thump. Our brain tells our eyes, where is the needle? And our eye has to pick up where the needle is, and our brain has to interpret what number that is. If you can do all of that in this little space, really? Probably not. Automated cuffs can. They are way more precise than humans. Humans use even numbers. If you use an odd number, we know you are guessing. And that means we're going to have to go back and recheck your numbers.
Whenever I've done blood pressure before, I feel like it ticks. Is that something your brain does, or is that?
Nope, that is, we're going to talk about what that is in just a minute. But yes, the needle is going to do this as it comes down. And I'm going to show you what that is. Has nothing to do with blood pressure. Nothing to do with blood pressure. We're going to talk about that. So we're going to put air into and out of this cuff using this thing that looks like a hand grenade. Okay. It is a bulb and valve assembly, and you want to hold it in your hand so that this silver dial is facing you. You want the bulb in the palm of your hand and that silver dial facing your face. That silver dial is how we're going to put air in and take air out. So you want to hold it with your index finger and thumb, and you're going to turn it righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So we're going to turn it to the right just until it stops. Don't tighten it. Do not tighten it. You want to turn it just until it stops. And then don't do this right now. We've got to use the cans in a minute. We're going to squeeze the bulb to put air in. And when we squeeze the bulb to put air in, it's going to make that needle go up. We're going to go up to somewhere between 160 and 180. So we squeeze the bulb until that needle gets to 160 and 180, somewhere in there. And then we're going to hold that dial with our little thumb and finger, and we're going to turn it to the left ever so slightly. I'm talking about hair movements. Tiny, tiny. You shouldn't even be able to see your fingers move. It's so small. And as you move that dial little by little, that needle's going to start to come down. You are in control of this. If that needle doesn't move, you need to open it more. if that needle goes, have you ever had a blood pressure where it goes up and somebody goes, woo, all the way down and they gives you numbers? Yeah, they didn't take your blood pressure. They made up numbers. They made up numbers. So you don't want it to go, woo. You want to inflate and then it needs to come down at about that rate, like a second hand going in reverse, slow. Because remember, there's a lot of stuff going on here. You've got to listen for a sound. Your eyes have to see where the needle is when that sound occurs. And then your brain's got to figure out what number that needle is landed on. There's a lot of stuff that's got to happen. If that needle's going, woo, you did not catch any of that. Okay? This is not a skill that you fake it until you make it. There are states that do not allow CNAs to take a manual blood pressure. They don't allow it because we make medication decisions on this and it is too precise and way too many people fake it. I went to a doctor one time for high blood pressure. I knew what my blood pressure was when I went in, and the medical assistant took my blood pressure and said, "Oh, you're fine. You're 122/70. Doctor comes in and says, "What are you here for?" I said, "My blood pressure." He says, "Your blood pressure is fine, 122/70. I said, "Please take it." He did. My blood pressure was 230/180. And had I walked out of that office, I probably would have had a stroke. Do you guys understand how important this is? This was a medical assistant that had no idea how to take a blood pressure. She literally made up numbers and put, we don't know how many patients at risk. This is serious, and it takes a little practice. Okay? Good. Don't fake it. But you want to make sure that descent is nice and controlled so you can hear the sounds, see where the needle is, and get the number as it's moving down. Don't go too fast. And that is all controlled by that little silver dial. If it goes too fast, that's you. If it goes too slow, that's you. You are in control of that with that little silver dial. And it takes way less motion than you think it does. I mean, it is tiny, tiny movements. So we're going to close the dial, inflate until we get up to 160 to 180. We're going to open the dial and let the air come out slowly and smoothly and under control. We're going to listen for the first thump and the last clear thump. But let me show you what's happening on the inside of the body as we're doing this. When we close that dial and we inflate, the needle goes up to 160, 180. What's happening, we have got cuff around the arm. What's happening is that cuff is putting air in, and that air is squeezing the muscles, and it's going to close off that artery. That's the brachial artery. So we closed off the artery. Now, the artery is closed, but the heart hasn't stopped thumping. Keep that in mind. Your heart is still beating. It's just beating over here, okay? Heart is still beating. So as the heart beats, it pushes out those waves. Remember we talked about those waves? So those waves are stacking up, but they can't get through because we put a toll booth there. So those waves have to wait. We're going to let the air out, okay? So our needle's going to come out. We're going to let that air out little by twisting that metal dial. And as that needle comes down, that cuff loosens up around that artery. You guys understand what's happening inside? As that cuff loosens up and the artery opens up, now those waves can start to come down. When the first wave is able to get all the way down, we hear a thump. Where's the needle when we heard that thump? That's our top number. Now we're going to hear more thumps because if the first wave made it, their buddies can make it. So they all come through. We don't care about those. Thump, 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 thump. As we're listening to these thumps, as they're coming through, what they're hitting is the top of the artery because the artery is still small. Thump, 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 because we're hearing them hit the top of the artery. But as that artery gets bigger and bigger because we're letting the air out, as that artery gets bigger and bigger, let me back up. So we heard the first thump. Where the needle is our top number. So if this is 100, That's 102, 104, 106, 108. So our top number is 108. So we're letting the air out. Okay, 108. We don't know the bottom number yet. And we're listening. We're listening. We can hear all these. Thump, thump, thump. And as the needle's coming down, thump, 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 thump. You seeing that? Thump, thump, thump. At some point, that artery is going to be wide enough that those waves can't hit the top of the artery anymore and the thumps go away. So what we want is, where was the last thump? The problem is, last thump, you don't know. It's not going to say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just thump, thump, thump. Oh, where was that last thump? So you have to pay attention to all of them. Okay, because all of them could be the last thump. You won't know it's the last until there's nothing behind it. Good? Good? All right, so when the last thunk happens, where we hear that last clear thunk, that's our bottom number. So if this is the line for 60, this is, remember, each small line is 2. What would this be? 62. So this blood pressure was 108 on the top. It's our first thunk, and 62 on the bottom. Good? Good? Okay. Is that a normal blood pressure? Based on these ranges. The 108 falls in that range. 62 falls in that one. Normal blood pressure, we document. We don't need to tell the nurse. Good? Good? Keep deflating until your needle hits 0. Now you can remove your cuff and record your readings. So where we hear the first thunk is our top number. Where we hear the last clear thunk is our bottom number. Remove the cuff and document. Good? All right, so let's practice inflating and deflating. You guys all have cans in front of you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Jake. So you're going to wrap your cuff around your can or other cylindrical object, whatever you're using. And you want to hold it so that the gauge faces you. Just this big flap that's hanging out there, just tuck it behind. You want to hold it in your non-dominant hand. So if your right hand, hold it in your left hand. Now you want to hold the bulb and valve assembly in your dominant hand. Jake, you'll want to zoom for me. That's good. All right. So I'm going to show you how fast this should go. So I'm going to show you that this is my little gauge here. Can everybody see the TV? I know I'm probably standing in front of it. All right. And you can review it too. So this is my valve here. This is how I inflate and deflate. So I'm going to just close it, not tighten it, but just close it. And I'm going to pump up until I get to somewhere between 160 and 180. And then I'm going to hold this silver dial between my thumb and index finger and not loosen it, not let it go. I'm going to open it ever so slightly to the left. And as I do, I start to see that needle come down. It's hard to pay attention to two places at once. All right, do you see that rate right there? See that rate? That's about what we're looking for. But if I don't do anything, it's going to stop. So I need to open it a little more, open it a little more, open it a little more, and open it a little more all the way to 0. So let me do that one more time, see if I can get that a little bit closer. So I'm going to close this, but not tighten it. inflate to between 160 and 180. I'm going to hold this dial between my thumb and index finger and open it ever so slightly until that needle starts to come down at a nice, slow, controlled rate. This one is super touchy. There we go. And we're listening for the first thunk and the last thunk, all the way to 0. All right, go ahead and give it a couple tries. That is not a good cuff. That one needs to be disposed of. Yeah, well, it's just the it doesn't descend very well.
Okay.
Keep it out of you.
No, just yeah, keep it out for me. Yeah, it's good. Thanks. All right, so this is the first thing that you'll want to practice is getting control of the inflation and deflation, the rate, because it takes a little bit of time to really fine tune this. Now in here we have sets for you to practice on. So for breaks or before a class or after class, you guys can practice these skills. If you have your own sets, grab a can and practice at home. It'll make your performance much more quicker. You know, you'll progress quicker. All right, so go to page 57 for me really quickly. And let's talk about a couple things. On page 57, right here are your normal values in the first column. You want your patient's feet flat on the floor. That does affect blood pressure. And you want to ask them which arm you can use. Usually our care plan will tell us if they have an arm that we cannot use, but it's always best to check with the patient. Which arm can I use? If the patient says, I don't care, whichever one you want, always go left. Left is best. Left is consistent. But sometimes your patients have conditions that keep us from using that arm. You don't need to know what those are. Just follow your care plan. But I want to talk about this here. Where you listen matters. We are listening to a wave of blood hit the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. This is not a big sound, guys. You have to find the artery. If you aren't over the artery, you're not going to hear this. And the artery is not where you think it is. Everybody thinks the artery is right in the middle. That's a vein, not an artery. Totally different thing. The artery is on the pinky side. It's more over here. Remember when we found our radial artery down here, we used fingers, not thumb. So if you hold your arm out nice and straight, don't let it sag, hold it out nice and straight, and put 2 fingers here on the pinky side and thumb on the back, you should feel your thumps. Don't let that arm sag. When the arm sags, the artery goes down and you can't feel it. You got to have that arm popped out. And you want to be at the fold, at the lines, not up here, not down here, at the lines. Okay? And you want to be on the pinky side. So you're, yeah, there you go. So right in there, thumb on the back, press. Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Got it? Okay, so we want that arm as straight as we can get it. That's the key.
I had that wrong.
That's the key. And yours is right there, right there. It's going to be easier to feel without the shirt on. Did you find it? Find it?
Okay.
Okay. You want to be down here. So remember, pinky side, not in the middle. Pinky side. Press a little harder. Let me see if I can find it for you. Right here. Right there. Find it? Find it? Okay. So you want to come down a little bit. You're in your muscle. We don't want muscle. You want to come down at the lines. You want your fingers on the lines. So make sure your arm is nice and straight. Press. Okay. All right. All right. So when you are practicing at home, the first thing that I want you to practice is finding an artery on somebody. Remember, it's pinky side at the fold of the elbow. Make sure their arm is nice and straight, because if the arm is relaxed, you're not going to feel anything. That artery sags down. If you have your cuffs, practice inflating and deflating. When you put the stethoscope in, make sure the ear tips face forward. You're going to put the stethoscope on the artery, right? Ear tips in your ears. I'm just showing you here. And you want to sandwich that stethoscope down. You don't want any air getting in. If you just do this, you're not going to hear anything. You want to get a good tight seal on that stethoscope. Then you're going to inflate the cuff, deflate the cuff. Listen for first and last. Make sure that you take the cuff off. Deflate to 0 and take the cuff off, because that's irritating to the patient. Okay, good? Good. You guys have a vague idea of blood pressure? Remember, this isn't on the state exam, but knowing the principles are. Okay, performance isn't, but knowing the principles are. Okay, you have homework. Jacob, did you pass out the review sheets already? Yes, awesome. Okay, you have homework. You're going to have chapter 4. Chapter 4 goes over body systems. We're going to do a review in class on Wednesday. We will also do, at the end of class on Wednesday, test registration instructions as well. So chapter 4, you're going to take the test on page 184 and grade it. Julie does CPR. This is the QR code. You also have it on your first day handout as well, to be able to register for her class. You want to use this code because that gives you the class discount. She does CPR, first aid, and I think bloodborne pathogens all on the same day. It's one day. It's in this room. And Julie, you've seen her walking in and out. She's the instructor for that. Okay. All right. Review sheets have been handed out. If you have, if the first day handout has it. Okay. All right. Any questions on today? Boy, we went over a lot. Anybody lost? Everybody doing okay? All right. Have a fantastic day. I will see you on Wednesday. Game show tomorrow at 11 a.m. on our YouTube channel. Game show tomorrow. And Jake's going to be sending out text messages tomorrow, so you'll just click the link. Easy peasy. And you're competing for real prizes. One of the prizes is the card game. All right, guys, have a happy day. Those of you joining us online, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the game show, and Wednesday back here for class 4. That's the halfway point, guys. You're almost halfway done.
I'm scared.
Crazy, crazy. All right, until next time, thank you. Bye-bye. Go ahead. Yes.
When I sign up to do my testing, I don't want it to be too early because I have my level 2 done already. So should I wait?
We'll talk about that in detail on Wednesday, but the level 2 is the first step always. So the process takes between 2 and 3 weeks from your level 2.
Okay.
So when we fill out the applications on Wednesday, Wednesday, you're in complete control from that point when you want to register. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The website said something about if someone comes with us to do the BLS CPR, it's the same price. My mom has to renew hers, so if I brought her,
Yes.
it would be fine.
Yep. You want to make sure she registers using that same code
Okay.
on the same day.
We didn't want to take. She just has to renew hers anyway.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You're welcome.
Did you sign out?
I did. I did.
I got one more quiz things I got.
Okay.
Popped into my